Alice Freeman Palmer's 3 Rules for Happiness, an excerpt from the Life of Alice Freeman Palmer, by George Herbert Palmer, 1908. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. While I was in Boston, writes Gertrude W. Fielder, I had the pleasure of meeting Alice Freeman Palmer. She was a doer of the word, and not a hearer only. For almost every week through the hot summer she used to leave her peaceful, calm retreat in the country and go to Boston to talk to children of the slums at a vacation school. These schools are kept up through the summer in the poorest localities. The children are given a morning session of music, reading, and pretty watercolor sketches to look at. They can bring the babies with them, and many indeed could not come at all without the little ones. Here is the story as Mrs. Palmer told it. One July morning I took an early train. It was a day that gave promise of being very, very hot, even in the country, and what in the city. When I reached my destination, I found a great many girls in the room, but more babies than girls, it seemed. Each girl was holding one, and there were a few to spare. "Now," I said, "what shall I talk to you about this morning, girls?" "Talk about life," said one girl. "Imagine! I am afraid it is too big a subject for such a short time," I said. Then up spoke a small, pale-faced, heavy-eyed child with a great fat baby on her knee. "Tell us how to be happy." The tears rushed to my eyes, and a lump came in my throat. Happy in such surroundings as those in which no doubt she lived, perhaps dirty and foul-smelling. Happy with burdens too heavy to be borne. All this flashed through my mind, while the rest took up the word and echoed, "Yes, tell us how to be happy." "Well," I said, "I will give you my 3 rules for being happy. But mind, you must all promise to keep them for a week, and not skip a single day, for they won't work if you skip one single day." So they all faithfully and solemnly promised that they wouldn't skip a single day. The first rule is that you will commit something to memory every day, something good. It needn't be much. 3 or 4 words will do. Just a pretty bit of a poem, or a Bible verse. Do you understand? I was so afraid they wouldn't, but one little girl with flashing black eyes jumped up from the corner of the room and cried, "I know! You want us to learn something we'd be glad enough to remember if we went blind." "That's it exactly," I said. "Something you would like to remember if you went blind." And they all promised that they would, and not skip a single day. The second rule is, look for something pretty every day, and don't skip a day or it won't work. A leaf, a flower, a cloud. You can all find something. Isn't there a park somewhere near here that you can all walk to? Yes, there was one. And stop long enough before the pretty thing that you have spied to say, "Isn't it beautiful?" Drink in every detail, and see the loveliness all through. Can you do it? They promised to a girl. My third rule is, now mind, don't skip a day. Do something for somebody every day. "Oh, that's easy," they said, though I thought it would be the hardest thing of all. Just think, that is what those children said. "Oh, that's easy. Didn't they have to tend babies and run errands every day? And wasn't that doing something for somebody?" "Yes," I answered them, it was. At the end of the week, the day being hotter than the last, if possible, I was wending my way along a very narrow street, when suddenly I was literally grabbed by the arm, and a little voice said, "I done it." "Did what?" I exclaimed, looking down, and seeing at my side a tiny girl with the proverbial fat baby asleep in her arms. Now I will admit that it was awfully stupid of me not to know, but my thoughts were far away, and I actually did not know what she was talking about. "What you told us to, and I never skipped a day, neither," replied the child in a rather hurt tone. "Oh," I said, "now I know what you mean. Put down the baby and let's talk about it." So down on the sidewalk she deposited the sleeping infant, and she and I stood over it and talked. "Well," she said, "I never skipped a day, but it was awful hard. It was all right when I could go to the park, but one day it rained and rained, and the baby had a cold, and I just couldn't go out, and I thought sure I was going to skip, and I was standing at the window, most crying, and I saw—" Here her little face brightened up with a radiant smile. "I saw a sparrow taking a bath in the gutter that goes round the top of the house, and he had on a black necktie, and he was handsome." It was the first time I had heard an English sparrow called handsome, but I tell you it wasn't laughable a bit. No, not a bit. "And then there was another day," she went on, "and I thought I should have to skip it sure. There wasn't another thing to look at in the house. The baby was sick and I couldn't go out, and I was feeling terrible, when—" Here she caught me by both hands, and the most radiant look came to her face. "I saw the baby's hair." "Saw the baby's hair?" I echoed. "Yes, a little bit of sun came in the window, and I saw his hair, and I'll never be lonesome any more." And catching up the baby from the sidewalk, she said, "See." And I too saw the baby's hair. "Isn't it beautiful?" she asked. "Yes, it is beautiful," I answered. You have heard of artists raving over Titian hair. Well, as the sun played on this baby's hair, there were the browns, the reds, the golds which make up the Titian hair. Yes, it was truly beautiful. "Now, shall we go on?" I said, taking the heavy baby from her. The room was literally packed this time, 10 times as many girls, and as many babies as your mind will conceive of. I wish you could have listened with me to the experiences of those little ones. Laughter and tears were so commingled that I don't know which had the mastery. End of Alice Freeman Palmer's 3 Rules for Happiness, an excerpt from The Life of Alice Freeman Palmer by George Herbert Palmer, 1908. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Americans lose men in fight in Siberia. From the New York Times, Friday, June 27th, 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. 4 killed, 2 wounded, and 5 captured by Reds near Sochin Mine. Washington, June 26th. 1 officer and 3 enlisted men were killed, 2 men were wounded, and 1 officer and 4 enlisted men were captured in recent fighting with anti-Kolchak forces in Siberia. The War Department was advised today by Major General Graves, commanding the Siberian Expeditionary Forces. All the men were of the 31st Infantry. Those killed were Lieutenant Albert Francis Ward, Corporal Jesse M. Reed, and Privates D.P. Craig and Charles L. Flake. Wounded, degree undetermined, were Corporal George A. Jensen and Private Clarence G. Crowell. The men captured, and who at last accounts were still held by the Bolsheviki, were Lieutenant Custer Fribley, Corporals E. W. Reed and Harland S. Dahl, and Privates Harold C. Bullard and Forrest Moore. They were captured near the Sochen mine and taken to Novitskaya. 2 platoons of the 31st Infantry went there to demand their release, and the Bolsheviki opened fire on them. End of article.
An Audience with Abraham Lincoln by T.B. Bancroft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was at the time when the Army of the Potomac, under McClellan, was lying at Yorktown that my friend John conceived the idea of visiting his son, who was a private in the 3rd Pennsylvania Cavalry and in camp on the peninsula. John was a modest man and felt timid about the difficulties that he might encounter in getting permission to visit McClellan's camp. And in his perplexity, he asked me to go with him. To this I finally consented, and by consenting I was brought for the space of an hour face to face with the immortal president. At that time, almost every county in the North had its provost marshal and his guard. They looked up deserters and attended to bounty jumpers, enlistments, etc., and thinking it might be a good thing to have, I got from our marshal a certificate stating that John and I were good, loyal citizens and entitled to all the rights and privileges of such. Armed with this document, we set out for Washington, where we arrived in the evening of the same day. The following morning we called at the War Department, were allowed to state our case briefly, and were very expeditiously thrust out again, with an overwhelming conviction that nothing short of our own enlistment would enable us to see the boy or get anywhere near the Army of the Potomac. As we left the War Department and walked down the street, we were very near deciding to take the next train for home, when it occurred to us to go to the White House and lay the case before the President. This was a common custom, and although we were not aware of it at the time, Mr. Lincoln had set apart an hour or two twice each week for meeting the public, and this day happened to be one of those selected by him. Sometimes people spent weeks in Washington before they were able to put their cases before him, but, as will be seen, we were more fortunate. To the White House we went, past the single sentry on guard at the front entrance, and going in, proceeded to the Blue Room, where we sat down among some 50 others, all bent on similar missions. After about half an hour, a colored servant came down the stairs and announced that the President was ready to receive, whereupon the whole crowd rushed tumultuously upstairs and crowded into the little office, filling every available seat. The crowd behind pushed John and myself forward and forced us up against the railing protecting the desk, behind which, and within 3 feet of us, sat Abraham Lincoln. For more than an hour I stood there and studied his face, and listened to the conversations between him and the petitioners who came to offer their cases for his patient hearing and final decision. The railing at which I stood ran almost across the room, with a gate at one end, through which the applicants were admitted one at a time. Mr. Lincoln sat at the back end of the enclosure, and his secretary at the end nearest the gate. Between them stood a chair in which the applicant sat while his case was under consideration. Except for the guard at the front door, I had seen no evidence of any special care being taken for the President's protection. and it seemed to me that it would be easy for anyone to get in with the throng, assassinate him while presenting papers to him, and escape in the confusion. The latter part of this narrative will show how greatly I was in error as to the measures taken for his safety. The president had just come from a cabinet meeting and looked worn and wearied. His hair stood up all over his head as though he had been running his hands through it, and in this respect he looked not unlike the pictures of Andrew Jackson that we often see, homely of face, large-boned, angular, and loosely put together. His appearance almost justified the jibes and jeers with which his enemies were accustomed to describe him. All but his eyes. Here his soul looked forth, clear, calm, and honest, yet piercing and searching, not to be deceived, yet practicing no guile. There was a manhood in his look no murderer could kill. Cover the lower part of his face, and the expression of the upper part was one of pathetic sadness. Then you saw the burden and the care that were laid upon him. Reverse the process, and look upon the lower half of his face, and the expression was humorous and kindly. He sat in his chair loungingly, giving no evidence of his unusual height. A pair of short-shanked gold spectacles sat low down upon his nose, the shanks catching his temples, and he could easily look over them if he so desired. As I came up to the railing in front of him, he was reading a paper that had just been presented to him by a man who sat in the chair opposite him, and who seemed, by his restlessness and his unsteady eyes, to be of nervous disposition or under great excitement. Mr. Lincoln, still holding the paper up, and without movement of any kind, paused, and raising his eyes, looked for a long time at this man's face, and seemed to be looking down into his very soul. Then, resuming his reading for a few moments, he again paused, and cast the same piercing look upon his visitor. Suddenly, without warning, he dropped the paper, and stretching out his long arm, he pointed his finger directly in the face of his vis-a-vis, and said, "What's the matter with you?" The man stammered, and finally said, "Nothing." "Yes, there is," said Lincoln. "You can't look me in the face. You have not looked me in the face since you sat there. Even now you are looking out that window, and cannot look me in the eye." Then, flinging the paper in the man's lap, he cried, "Take it back. There is something wrong about this. I will have nothing to do with it." And the discomfited individual retired. I have often regretted that I was unable to discover the nature of this case. Next came before him a young man whose brother had been in the army and had been taken prisoner, but had managed to escape. Instead of going to the first proper officer he met and reporting himself for duty, he went to his home in the north, and there was arrested by the provost guard and sent back to his regiment, where he was tried for desertion, found guilty, and sentenced to death. His brother, seeking his pardon, had been to the War Department without effect, and came to the President as a last resource. Mr. Lincoln took his papers, which consisted of statements and suggestions endorsed by many adjutants and officers, from his corps commander down to his captain, read the whole mass over slowly, then, taking up the last one and reading from the endorsements on the back, said slowly, "Hmm, hmm, hmm." Approved and respectfully forwarded, with the suggestion that if the said J.L. will re-enlist for 3 years or during the war, a pardon be granted. Signed, General A., John Doe adjutant. I don't know but what I agree with General A. And if the young man will re-enlist for 3 years or during the war, I will pardon him." To this the brother very promptly agreed, whereupon Mr. Lincoln, who had been sunk down in his big chair up to this time, began to rise, and as I looked, he went up and up and up, until I began to think he would reach the ceiling, but presently he bent over and reached to a pigeonhole in the desk before him, took out a card, wrote upon it, and signing it A. Lincoln, gave it to the brother, saying, "Take that to the War Department, and I guess it will be all right." And with his brother's pardon assured him, the young man, smiling all over, left the room. The next comer was an Irishman of perhaps 60 years, who was employed as night watchman in Washington, and on account of his health desired to get a position as day watchman in the Treasury. Unfortunately, he had nothing in writing to show, and Mr. Lincoln had said that he would not listen to verbal petitions, but must have something in the nature of a brief that he could read, and thus became conversant with the main points in the matter presented to him. As he seated himself, Mr. Lincoln turned to him and said, "My friend, what can I do for you?" "Well, Your Excellency, I am a night watchman at Mr. Gardner's in the city, and I do be sick all the time, and I think 'tis the night work that doesn't agree with me. And I was thinking if Your Excellency could give me a job in the Treasury." "Stop, stop," cried Lincoln. "Have you any brief to show me?" "What's that?" said Michael. "Give me something I can read," said Lincoln. "Have you nothing in writing to show me?" "Sir," says Michael, diving into his breast pocket and bringing up 2 worn and torn envelopes whose thickness showed no lack of reading matter, "I have 2 letters from me boys in the army," at the same time thrusting them into the president's hands. Lincoln looked at them, but did not venture to open them, and forced them back upon the reluctant Michael, saying, "Tut, tut, I haven't time to read a book." Michael returned to the charge, and with many "Your Excellencies," pressed his case so fluently and so rapidly that the president found no chance whatever to take part in the conversation for some time, until Michael, from want of breath or argument, paused. Then Lincoln: "My friend, I don't know you, nor do I know that I ever saw you. I cannot put you in the Treasury without some reference. Suppose I should put you there, and you should prove to be a thief, and should steal the money." "Sir," interrupted the indignant Michael, "I'm an honest man." "I believe you are," said Lincoln, "but I know nothing about you. Do you not know someone in the city that I also know, and who can speak for you?" "Well, Your Excellency, I know Mr. Graham, beyond on C Street, and Mr. Brown, and Mr. Jones, and Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Swain, the sculptor." "Stop," cried Lincoln. "I know Mr. Swain, and if you will bring me a letter from him, stating what he knows about you, I will see what can be done for you." Exit Michael, trying to get his boy's letters back again into the pocket they came from. And now a boy in army blue takes the vacant chair, and handing his papers to Mr. Lincoln, sits silently waiting their perusal. Having read the packet, the president turns to him and says, "And you want to be a captain?" Boy: "Yes, sir." Lincoln: "And what do you want to be captain of? Have you got a company?" Boy: "No, sir, but my Officers told me that I could get a captain's commission if I were to present my case to you. Lincoln. My boy, excuse my calling you a boy. How old are you? Boy. 16. Lincoln. Yes, you are a boy. And from what your officers say of you, a worthy boy, and a good soldier. But commissions as captains are generally given by the governors of the states. Boy. My officers said you could give me a commission. Lincoln. And so I could. But to be a captain, you should have a company or something to be captain of. You know, a man is not a husband until he gets a wife. Neither is a woman a wife until she gets a husband. I might give you a commission as captain and send you back in the Army of the Potomac, where you would have nothing to be captain of, and you would be like a loose horse down there with nothing to do and no one having any use for you. At this point, the boy, who had come to Washington full of hope, finding his castle toppling about his head, broke down, and his eyes filled with tears. Whereupon Mr. Lincoln, putting his hand affectionately upon his shoulder and patting him while he spoke, said, My son, go back to the army, continue to do your duty as you find it to do, and, with the zeal you have hitherto shown, you will not have to ask for promotion. It will seek you. I may say that had we more like you in the army, my hopes of the successful outcome of this war would be far stronger than they are at present. Shake hands with me, and go back the little man and brave soldier that you came. And now came the writer's turn, and remembering the tribulations of Michael, I pulled out my provost marshal's certificate and presented it as an introduction. Mr. Lincoln read it, and handing it back to me, said, And what can I do for you? I told him of our desire to go through to the Army of the Potomac, and he asked, Have you applied to the War Department? And being answered affirmatively, he replied, Well, I must refuse you for the same reason that the War Department did. If we were to allow all to go through that wish to do so, we would not have boats enough to carry them. They would get down there and be in the way, and, looking me over, I judge by your appearance you know what it means to have people in the way. At this somewhat equivocal dismissal, I shook his hand and went out. Ruminating on the annoyance that came to him from people who, like myself, took up his time mainly for the opportunity of seeing him, and reflecting that his kindly heart prompted him, in addition to his other burdens, to devote 2 hours twice a week to listening to the common people who could thus reach him without influence, I marveled at the simple greatness of the man, and the kindly, gentle patience with which he listened to each one, always smoothing over a refusal that his duty imposed upon him, or, by advice or counsel, mitigating the blow that he had to deal. I passed the sentinel at the door, and when next I saw Lincoln, it was as he lay dead in his coffin under the dome of the Cradle of Liberty, Independence Hall in Philadelphia. On leaving the White House, my friend John went to our hotel, while I walked over to the Long Bridge, intending to go out upon it for the view up and down the river. But as I approached it, a sentry stepped out and, halting me, asked for my pass allowing me to go across the bridge. When I told him that I had no pass, he blocked my way and refused to let me go any farther. Next morning we went to the depot to take the train home. I bought my ticket and was hastening to the cars when I was stopped by a man who, from his appearance, I took to be a well-to-do farmer. He asked if I lived in the city. I replied yes, but recollecting that I was in Washington and not in Philadelphia, I amended my answer by substituting no. He then asked me my name, which I gave him, and went on to inquire what my business was. At this question I took umbrage and retorted, "What business of yours is it what my business is?" Upon which he turned up the lapel of his coat and exposed the badge of a government detective. Like Crockett's coon, I came down and told him to ask his questions and ask them quickly so that I might not miss my train. He soon got through, and when I was satisfied that I was all right, my provost marshal's certificate came in nicely here, I asked him why he had stopped me. He said, "You and a companion came to Washington the day before yesterday. You both stopped at the National Hotel, and yesterday you were at the War Department, endeavoring to get through to the Army of the Potomac. Being refused there, you went to the White House and tried to get Mr. Lincoln to pass you through. Being unsuccessful with him, you were next found trying to cross the Long Bridge." Here I interrupted him by asking what he took me for, to which he replied, "I took you for a blockade runner." I managed to catch the train by running for it, and once seated, with the great dome of the Capitol fast receding from view, I bethought me that, after all, a single sentry at the door of the White House was perhaps sufficient for the protection of the President, and that possibly all who attended the semi-weekly public receptions were not supplicants by any means. End of An Audience with Abraham Lincoln by T.B. Bancroft. Read by Rick Rodstrom.
Coffeecakes, Doughnuts, and Waffles by Myrtle Reed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Coffeecakes, Doughnuts, and Waffles. Baba à la Parisienne. Prepare the yeast as for French coffee cake. Beat 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar to a cream with 1 cupful of butter and the grated yellow rind of a lemon. Add 7 unbeaten eggs, one at a time, incorporating each egg thoroughly into the mixture before the next is added. Make a sponge of the yeast, 1 cupful of milk, scalded and cooled, and 1 cupful of sifted flour. Let it rise until very light, about half an hour, and mix with the hand into the egg mixture, adding 2 more cupfuls of sifted flour. Butter a 2-pan, put in the dough, sprinkle with chopped almonds, sugar, and spice. Let it rise 2 hours and bake very slowly. German coffee bread. Scald and cool to lukewarm 1 cupful of milk. Add 1 heaping tablespoonful of butter and 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of sugar. 1/4 of a yeast cake dissolved in 1 tablespoonful of warm water, a pinch of salt, and enough sifted flour to make a soft dough. Let it rise overnight. In the morning, roll out and spread in a flat buttered tin. Rub with softened butter, sprinkle with sugar and cinnamon, and bake about half an hour in a moderate oven. Cut into squares and serve hot. German coffee cake. 1 tablespoonful of butter, 1 cupful of sugar, 1 egg, 1 cupful of milk, 1 1/2 cupfuls of flour, 1 heaping teaspoonful of baking powder, the juice and grated rind of half a lemon. Mix thoroughly, spread the dough in a shallow buttered baking pan, sprinkle with chopped nuts, sugar, cinnamon, and dots of butter. Bake until brown and crisp, cut in squares, and serve piping hot. Austrian coffee cake. 4 cupfuls of flour, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, 5 eggs, well beaten, with 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, 2 cupfuls of milk, and 1 tablespoonful of softened butter. Mix thoroughly, spread in a buttered baking pan, dot with butter, sprinkle with sugar and cinnamon, and bake in a quick oven. Serve hot. Hungarian Royal Coffee Cake. 6 cupfuls of flour, 2 cupfuls of butter, 4 cupfuls of milk, 3 eggs, 3/4 of a pound of cleaned and seeded raisins, 1/2 cupful of sugar, 3 cakes of compressed yeast, half a cupful of shredded citron, and 8 pulverized cardamom seeds. Mix the sugar, butter, flour, and milk thoroughly, the yeast having been dissolved in the milk, previously scalded and cooled. Dredge the fruit with flour and add last. Let rise 4 hours or more if necessary. When ready for baking, rub with softened butter, sprinkle with cinnamon, granulated sugar, and chopped almonds. Bake in a tube pan or in a ring on a large baking sheet. French coffee cake. Dissolve a cake of compressed yeast in 2 tablespoonfuls of tepid water. Add a pinch of salt and a tablespoonful of sugar. Cream a cupful of butter with 3/4 of a cupful of powdered sugar, and add gradually the unbeaten yolks of 6 eggs, one at a time, and the grated yellow rind of a lemon. Sift 2 cupfuls of flour into a bowl and make into a thin batter with the dissolved yeast and 1 cupful of scalded and cooled milk. Add the egg mixture and beat with the hand till the dough leaves the sides of the bowl. Add a handful of sultanas, half a cupful each of blanched and shredded almonds and shredded citron, and lastly the stiffly beaten egg whites of the eggs. Put into a tube pan which has been well buttered and set in a warm place to rise. Bake very slowly. When fully risen and beginning to brown, rub with softened butter and sprinkle with sugar and spice. Vienna coffee cake. Dissolve a cake of compressed yeast in 1 cupful of scalded and cooled milk. Add a pinch of salt and 1 tablespoonful of brown sugar. Sift 1 cupful of flour into a bowl, add the milk and yeast, beat to a smooth, light batter, free from lumps, and set away in a warm place till very light. Cream 3/4 of a cupful each of butter and powdered sugar, add 4 whole eggs unbeaten, 3 unbeaten yolks, and 2 cupfuls of sifted flour, working with the hand and adding egg and flour alternately. Incorporate gradually into the risen batter, working thoroughly with the hand. Dredge half a cupful of blanched and shredded almonds, a tablespoonful of shredded citron, and half a cupful of cleaned and seeded raisins thoroughly with flour, and work into the dough with the hand. Put into a buttered tube pan or mold and let rise in a warm place for 3 or 4 hours. Then bake an hour in a moderate oven. When beginning to brown, rub with softened butter, sprinkle with granulated sugar and spice, and set back into the oven until done. All risen coffee cakes will keep well if wrapped closely in a cloth, and may be served cold or reheated in a brisk oven for a few minutes just before serving. Berlin coffee cake. Make a sponge with 2 cupfuls of milk, scalded and cooled, a cake of compressed yeast dissolved in the milk, a pinch of salt, and 1 cupful of sifted flour. Let rise 2 hours in a warm place, then add 1/2 cupful of melted butter, 1 cupful of cleaned and seeded raisins, 1/4 cupful of finely shredded citron, 1 cupful of sugar, and 3 eggs well beaten. Add enough sifted flour to make a stiff dough, knead thoroughly, roll into a long thin strip, cut in 3 strips lengthwise, braid and twist into a ring. Arrange in a circle on a well buttered baking sheet and let rise till very light, then bake half an hour. It will be more delicate if the strips are rubbed with softened butter before braiding, and will come apart more easily. Before taking from the oven, glaze with sugar and milk or rub with butter and sprinkle with sugar and spice. Quick coffee cake. Cream 1/4 of a cupful of butter with 1 cupful of sugar, add 1 egg well beaten, 1/2 cupful of milk, a pinch of salt, and 1 1/2 cupfuls of flour sifted, with a heaping teaspoonful of baking powder. Spread in a pan, sprinkle with seeded and cleaned raisins or currants, a little shredded citron, dot with butter, and sift over sugar and spice, cinnamon preferred. Serve hot, cut in small squares. Crullers. 3 eggs, a pinch of salt, 2 cupfuls of flour, 3 tablespoonfuls of milk, 6 tablespoons of melted butter, and 6 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Roll out 1/2 inch thick, cut out with a small cake cutter which has a hole in the center, and fry in very hot lard. Drain on brown paper and sprinkle with powdered sugar. Plain doughnuts. Sift 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder with 4 cupfuls of flour. Dissolve half a cupful of sugar in 1 cupful of milk. Add to the milk 1 teaspoonful of salt, half a nutmeg grated, and 2 well beaten eggs. Combine with the dry mixture, roll out, cut in rings, and fry in deep fat. Drain on brown paper. Doughnuts. 2. Half a cupful of butter, 1 cupful of sugar, 3 cupfuls of flour, 1 egg, and 1 1/2 cupfuls of milk, and a slight grating of nutmeg. Make into a soft dough, roll out, cut into shapes, and fry in hot fat. Sprinkle with powdered sugar. Raised Doughnuts. 1 cupful of butter, 1 cupful of sugar, 1 teaspoonful of powdered cinnamon, and 2 eggs well beaten. Work this mixture into 2 cupfuls of bread dough or roll mixture made ready for its second rising, and let rise an hour or more. When light, roll out, cut into circles or squares, let rise until very light, and fry in smoking hot fat. Let drain on brown paper and sprinkle with granulated sugar. Light Doughnuts. 3/4 of a cupful of granulated sugar, 2 eggs, beaten separately, 1 cupful of milk, 3 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, 3 cupfuls of flour, 3 heaping teaspoonfuls of baking powder, and half a teaspoonful of grated nutmeg. Fold in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs last, then work in enough more sifted flour to make a soft dough, probably about 2 cupfuls. Roll very thin, cut out, fry in smoking hot fat, and drain on brown paper. This recipe makes about 5 dozen doughnuts, and half of it will be sufficient for an ordinary family unless they are especially fond of doughnuts. Raised Fruit Doughnuts. Cream together 1 heaping tablespoonful of butter and 1/4 cupful of sugar. Dissolve 1/2 a cake of compressed yeast in 1 cupful of milk that has been scalded and cooled. Add half a teaspoonful of salt to the milk and yeast, combine mixtures, and work in 2 cupfuls of flour. Let rise until double in bulk. Mix together 1/2 cupful of sugar, a pinch of cinnamon, a grating of nutmeg, and a pinch of allspice, 1/2 cupful of cleaned currants, cleaned and seeded raisins, and shredded citron, mixed, and a scant 2 cupfuls of sifted flour. Lastly, add 1 egg well beaten, knead thoroughly, and let rise until very light. Cut or tear off pieces of dough the size of an egg, drop into smoking hot fat, and fry like other doughnuts. Drain on brown paper and sprinkle with granulated sugar. Bluegrass Waffles. 2 cupfuls of thick sour cream, 2 cupfuls of flour, 3 eggs well beaten, and half a teaspoonful of soda sifted with the flour. Mix quickly, folding in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs last, and bake until golden brown and crisp on hissing hot, well-greased waffle irons. Cream Waffles. Sift together 1 cupful of flour, 3 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, and a pinch of salt. Mix 1 egg, well beaten, 1 scant teaspoonful of soda, and 2 cupfuls of sour milk together, and gradually combine mixtures, beating hard meanwhile. Bake in hot, well-greased waffle irons, and butter the waffles before serving. Feather Waffles. 4 cupfuls of milk, 3 eggs, beaten separately. Add the milk to the yolks and a pinch of salt, then add 1 1/2 tablespoonfuls of rich cream or melted butter and sifted flour, enough to make the batter a little stiffer than pancake batter. Add the whites of the eggs last, beaten to a stiff froth, and stir in quickly 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder. Georgia Waffles. 2 cupfuls of flour, a pinch of salt, 2 cupfuls of buttermilk, 1 cupful of melted lard, 1 scant teaspoonful of soda, and 1 egg. Sift the flour and salt together, and beat into a smooth batter with the buttermilk. Add the well-beaten egg, then the hot lard, beat thoroughly, add the dry soda, beat hard for a minute or 2, and bake in hissing hot waffle irons. Hominy Waffles. 1 cupful of cold cooked hominy, 1 egg well beaten, 1 tablespoonful of melted butter, 1 pinch of salt, 2 cupfuls of milk, and 2 cupfuls of flour sifted with 1 teaspoonful of baking powder. Mix thoroughly and bake in very hot waffle irons, well buttered. Raised Hominy Waffles. To 1 cupful of cold cooked hominy add 2 cupfuls of scalded milk in which 1/2 a yeast cake has been dissolved, 1 tablespoonful of butter, melted, a pinch of salt, 1 tablespoonful of sugar, and 2 cupfuls of flour. Mix thoroughly and set to rise overnight. In the morning add 2 eggs beaten separately, folding in the stiffly beaten whites last. Bake in very hot, well-greased irons. Indian Waffles. 1 cupful each of flour and cornmeal, 2 cupfuls of thick sour milk, 1 cupful of sour cream, half a teaspoonful of salt, 1 teaspoonful of soda, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and 2 eggs, beaten separately, the stiffly beaten whites being folded in last. Bake in a very hot, well-greased waffle iron and serve very hot. Kentucky Waffles. Make a smooth paste of 2 cupfuls of sifted flour and 2 cupfuls of milk. Add 1/2 cupful of softened butter, not melted, then the well-beaten yolks of 3 eggs, then the stiffly beaten whites, and, just before baking, 1 heaping teaspoonful of baking powder. Beat very hard for 5 minutes and bake in a hissing hot iron. Maryland Waffles. Beat 4 eggs separately, the whites to a stiff froth. To the beaten yolks add a pinch of salt, 2 cupfuls of milk, and enough sifted flour to make a stiff batter. Beat hard until perfectly smooth and free from lumps. Thin the batter by adding gradually the beaten whites of the eggs and a little more milk in which a level teaspoonful of baking powder has been dissolved. Add lastly 1 tablespoonful of melted butter or lard. Have the waffle irons very hot and well greased, and butter each waffle as soon as done. Crisp, light waffles are delicious when served with cream and sifted maple sugar. Plain Waffles. 2 cupfuls of sifted flour, 2 cupfuls of milk, 1 tablespoonful of melted butter, 1 tablespoonful of melted lard, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder sifted with the flour, 2 eggs well beaten, and half a teaspoonful of salt. Beat thoroughly and have the irons hot before mixing. Rice Waffles. 1 cupful of cold boiled rice beaten light with 1 cupful of milk. Add 1 tablespoonful of melted butter, half a teaspoonful of soda dissolved in a little of the milk, 2 eggs well beaten, and enough flour sifted in with 1 teaspoonful of cream tartar to make a thin batter. Beat thoroughly and bake in well greased waffle irons. Cream tartar and spices are practically certain to be pure when bought of a druggist instead of a grocer. Not knocking the grocery man. Rice and cornmeal waffles. 1 cupful of cold boiled rice, 1/2 cupful each of wheat flour and cornmeal, 1 tablespoonful of melted butter, 1/2 teaspoonful of soda dissolved in hot water, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 2 eggs beaten separately, and enough milk to make a thin batter. The waffle irons must be very thoroughly greased, and the baking must be done with great care, as these waffles are likely to burn. Swedish Waffles. 2 cupfuls of cream, whipped stiff, 1/2 cupful of sugar, 1 egg beaten with 1/4 cupful of cold water, 1/2 cupful of melted butter, and enough flour sifted to make a thin batter. Fold the whipped cream in carefully just before baking and sprinkle with sugar when done. Tennessee Waffles. 2 cupfuls of sifted flour, half a teaspoonful of salt, 1 tablespoonful of melted butter or lard, 1 egg, beaten separately, and milk enough to make a thin batter. Bake until brown in a well-greased waffle iron. Virginia Waffles. 3 eggs well beaten, 2 cupfuls of milk, 1/2 cupful of melted butter, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, a pinch of salt, and enough flour to make a thin batter. Bake in hissing hot waffle irons. End of Coffeecakes, Doughnuts, and Waffles by Myrtle Reed. Read by Betty B.
Constitutional Law by Jeremy Bentham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. In every community in which a constitutional code generally acknowledged to be in force is in existence, a really existing constitutional branch of law, and with it, as the offspring of it, a constitution, is so far in existence. In no community in which no constitutional code, thus generally acknowledged to be in force, is in existence, is any such branch of law as a constitutional branch, or any such thing as a constitution, really in existence. In a community in which, as above, no such thing as a constitution is really to be found, things to each of which the name of a constitution is given are to be found in endless multitudes. On each occasion, the thing designated by the phrase, the Constitution, is a substitute for a constitution, a substitute framed by the imagination of the person by whom this phrase is uttered, framed by him, and, of course, adapted to that which, in his mind, is the purpose of the moment, whatsoever that purpose may be. Insofar as that purpose is the promoting the creation or preservation of an absolutely monarchical form of government, the Constitution thus imagined and invented by him is of the absolutely monarchical cast. Insofar as that purpose is the promoting the creation or preservation of a limitedly monarchical form of government, it is of the limitedly monarchical cast. Insofar as the purpose is the creation or preservation of a democratical form of government, it is of the democratic caste. The Anglo-American United States have a constitution. They have a constitutional code. The Constitution is the system of arrangements delimited in that code. It has for its object the greatest happiness of the greatest number, and in pursuit of that object, the powers of government are allotted by it to the greatest number. The French and Spanish nations have constitutions. The English monarchy has no constitution, for it has no all-comprehensive constitutional code, nor, in short, any constitutional code whatsoever generally acknowledged as such, nor by any one individual of the whole community acknowledged as such. Hence, so it is that of the assertion contained in the phrases excellent constitution, matchless constitution, an assertion by which every endeavor to produce the effect of the worst constitution possible is so naturally accompanied, no disproof can be opposed otherwise than by the assertion of a plain and universally notorious matter of fact, viz., that the English people have no constitution at all belonging to them. England, not having any constitution at all, has no excellent, no matchless constitution, for nothing has no properties. If ever it has a constitution, that constitution will most probably be a democratical one, for nothing less than an insurrection on the part of the greatest number will suffice to surmount and subdue so vast a power as that which is composed of the conjunct action of force, intimidation, corruption, and delusion. The constitutional branch of law is that branch by which designation is made of that person or those persons to whose power it is intended, that on each occasion the conduct of all other members of the community in question shall be subjected. The power which is here conferred is the supreme power. Of the supreme power thus designated, that is to say, of the aggregate of the operations by which the exercise of it is performed, there are, of necessity, two perfectly distinct branches, the operative and the constitutive. The operative is exercised by the declaration made of the all-directing will above alluded to. The constitutive is exercised by the determination made of the individual or individuals by whom the operative power is exercised. Constitutional law has for its object security against misrule, security against those adversaries of the community in whose instance, while the situation bestows on them the denomination of rulers, the use they make of it adds the adjunct evil, and thus denominates them evil rulers. In a code of constitutional law, as has been already observed, arrangements of two different complexions must have place, one set of the nature of those belonging to the distributive or civil branch of law, having for their occupation the distribution of the powers of government, with the opposite and correspondent burdens. The other set presenting a penal aspect, having for their occupation the giving a description of a particular class of crimes and of the means employed against them, in the character of remedies. But that the thread may not be interrupted, convenience recommends the placing of what belongs to these crimes in company with what belongs to others in the penal code. On the occasion of ordinary offenses, the persons against whose mischievous enterprises the security is to be afforded are individuals at large. On the occasion of this particular class of crimes, two individuals considered in the character of subjects are added, or substituted, individuals considered in the character of rulers. This distinction the draughtsman will, when occupied on the penal code, at all times keep in view. In the situation of a ruler as such, in a monarchy, no act that he can commit, be it ever so high a degree mischievous, wears the denomination of a crime. King, or by what other denomination designated, a ruler can do no wrong. For the same evil act which, if committed by a subject, would be wrong, becomes, by the mere circumstance of it being committed by a ruler, not wrong, but right. So far as it wears the complexion of penal law, constitutional law has these two for its distinguishable and contrasted objects. First, the ordering matters so that those who, to some purposes and on some occasions, occupy the situation of rulers, shall, in respect to their conduct in that and other situations, be liable to be dealt with in the character of offenders, delinquents, criminals. Could the ordering matter so, that to acts done in resistance to, or for prevention of, misrule, and thence productive of more good than evil, to such acts of whatever penal denomination they may appear susceptible, no such punishment, if any, shall be allotted, as might, with propriety, be allotted to them, if the application of them to the prevention of misrule had no place. Under an absolute monarchy, the constitutional branch of the law has, for its sole and actual end, the greatest happiness of the one individual, in whose hands, without division, the whole of the supreme operative power is lodged. For decency's sake, the end, thus actually and exclusively pursued, is not the end professed and declared to be pursued. For the designation of the end actually pursued, regard for decency and conciseness substitutes, on each occasion, one or another of a small assortment of phrases. Preservation of order, preservation of legitimacy, for example. Under a limited monarchy, the constitutional branch of law has, for its actual object, a more complex object, viz., the greatest happiness of the monarch, coupled with, and limited by, the greatest happiness of the conjunctly or subordinatingly ruling few, by whose respective powers the limitations that are applied to the power of the monarch are applied. Under a representative democracy, the constitutional branch of law has, for its actual end, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Accordingly, so far as it exists in the utmost degree of perfection which the nature of the case admits of, the right of indicating, by the respective suffrages, among what individuals the supreme operative power shall be shared, is exercised by all. The concurrence of all in the effective designation of the individual, by whom the share in question in the operative power shall be possessed, not being possible, wherever the wishes of one part of those by whom the suffrages are given point to one person, while the wishes of the other part point to another, the next most desirable result, with reference to the greatest happiness of the greatest number, is, that instead of being exercised by the whole number, the power shall be exercised by the greater part of it. Such being the most desirable result, such accordingly is the actual result. In a representative democracy, the exercise of this designative power is performed by human judgment. Under a monarchy, it is performed by fortune or providence. The cause being the same, and that cause out of the reach of our knowledge, each man may, on each particular occasion, do as he is accustomed to do, employ that one of the two terms, which, on that occasion, is regarded by him as best suited to his purpose. Under the exercise made of this power by fortune, the supreme operative power finds itself, at the death of the last possessor, in the hands of the only child, or, in the case of children more than one, living at that moment, of the firstborn of the children of a certain woman. The power of removal is, under the direction of fortune, providence, or, by accident, human judgment, exercised by death. Insofar as the power of appointment is thus exercised by fortune or providence, no degree of relative inaptitude, short of universally manifest and complete insanity of mind, has the effect of preventing the operative power from finding itself lodged in the hands thus designated and appointed. No degree of inaptitude, short of that produced by insanity as above, takes the power of removal out of the hands of death. The persons in whose hands is lodged the supreme operative power, as also those in whose hands the supreme designative power, appointment and removal included, is lodged, being determined, what remains for the matter of the constitutional code, is in declaring in what manner the power and functions of the persons, in whose hands the designative power is lodged, shall be exercised, as likewise the marking out into a number of distinct branches the whole mass of subordinate power. The constitutional code might, in a certain sense, be said to be complete, if neither any distribution of operative power among subordinate authorities, nor any mode of appointment or removal in relation to the possessors of any such subordinate power, were contained in it. For by the description given, as above, of the supreme power, and the provision made, as above, for the exercise of the designative power, with relation to the possessors of that same supreme operative power, provision will be made for all such subordinate arrangements, as above, as it might be the pleasure of the possessors of those two branches of the supreme power to concur in the making of. End of Constitutional Law.
The Death of Charles Dickens by Anonymous. From the New York Times, June 11, 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The eminent Englishman of letters whose fame has been acquired, as it were, under our own eyes, and whose works are more or less associated with the events of our lives, are one by one passing away. New authors are constantly appearing in the field, but the few great figures which have been before us almost daily for years past cannot be withdrawn without occasioning regrets, like those which we experience when old friends are taken from our side. The death of a man like Charles Dickens seems to create a blank in our own existence. It comes upon us with the surprise which death in the household occasions, when the one inevitable incident in our uncertain lot seems ever new, unnatural, and startling. People of middle age cannot but feel that they have grown up, as it were, with Charles Dickens. The appearance of each successive story from his pen is linked with 1,000 domestic recollections, for he was eminently the novelist of the household. The very manner of his death deepens the sense of personal loss. Sudden death seems, indeed, the doom of the literary craft. It is but a few years ago that Macaulay was found dead in his room. To Thackeray, also, the last messenger came without warning. Charles Dickens has been summoned in a moment, while still in the full exercise of his genius, and while the early numbers of his last work are engaging the attention of the world. The genius of Dickens was an endowment which sometimes seemed to surprise himself. He was like a man who finds himself in possession of an unexpected treasure. When still very young, he went through much drudgery in a newspaper office, without suspecting that he was destined to achieve for himself a distinct place in English literature, and produce a series of books which would win for him an illustrious and an unfading name. It is the accidents of life which decide the fate of men. He wrote some sketches of life in London which were certainly not better than many similar sketches published since. The sketches by Boz are not so good in any respect as Mr. George A. Sala's Twice Round the Clock, but Dickens' first attempts brought him to the notice of publishers, and he was asked to write up a set of drawings made by poor Seymour the artist. It may have proved a hard task, but the death of Seymour changed the conditions of the work. The author, and not the artist, suggested the story, and ever since then the same relationship has continued. The fresh flow of spirits, the love of fun, the fertility of invention, the richness of imagination displayed in the Pickwick Papers were never excelled by Mr. Dickens, though he has accomplished great things in other directions. It was the originality of his work which charmed the world. Here was a writer who had a totally new set of people to describe, and who had a way of describing them such as no other man ever possessed. If his ladies and gentlemen were rather dull and unnatural, his sketches among the poor were evidently from the life. It was clear, too, that he had an amazing faculty for describing types of men. How many people we have all known exactly like the people who live and move in Dickens' novels! We are almost convinced that it is our very acquaintance whom the novelist must have had before his eye. Micawber, Pecksniff, and the rest of the portraits in that marvelous gallery, Shakespeare himself did not draw truer types of character. The fidelity of the model in each case is attested by the fact that it is found in all countries and among all people, and that there are hundreds of men whom we cannot better describe than by nicknaming them after one of the lay figures in Mr. Dickens' works. One secret of his success in this respect was the laborious manner in which he made his studies. At a certain period of his life there was no man in London better known to the police than Mr. Dickens. He explored the foulest holes of the huge city, and knew every dram-shop or thieves' den in which characters fit for his purposes were likely to be found. Putting on an old pea-jacket and a wide-awake, he would spend night after night in going the dismal rounds of St. Giles, Wapping, Shadwell, or the New Cut, places compared with which the 5 Points would have seemed a fashionable quarter. These habits enabled Mr. Dickens to become the analyst of the poor in a degree entirely unknown before in literature. He was never tired of making the more fortunate classes acquainted with the misfortunes, the disappointments, and the sorrows of those who were alone and friendless in the world. For society he had little taste, and society retaliated by never courting him. Mr. Dickens was never a frequenter of gilded saloons. In depicting the lives, thoughts, and habits of the upper classes, Thackeray carried away the palm. But Thackeray could never compare for one moment in popularity with his great fellow worker. Rivals they never were. Except Sir Walter Scott, no writer of fiction has ever done so much to while away the weary hours of young and old as Charles Dickens. In lonely places of the earth his books have been an unfailing solace to many an exile, and they have shed hope and light in many a sick room and comforted many an afflicted heart. Over the whole range of the domestic instincts Mr. Dickens possessed a thorough mastery. There indeed was his stronghold. His pictures of interiors will be famous while the world lasts. When he described a room, the mere mention of any character who had been introduced to us in it would afterwards suffice to recall before us the whole picture, even though years might have passed since we read the novel. Who cannot remember his sketches of the cozy parlors and country inns? He could tell us about a poor man's dinner in a way which was capable of imparting fresh zest to the most jaded appetite. When he touched the deep emotions of our nature, his power drew tears from the least susceptible of mankind. What mother will ever be able, while the world lasts, to read the story of Little Nell or Paul Dombey with dry eyes? Who that has lost a child can even hear those names unmoved? Let us say what we will, the world is not quite the same after a man is taken from it who is gifted with a genius capable of setting before us almost all phases of human nature. There is a gap which time will cause us to forget, but if the loss to mankind does not create an abiding impression, it is only because we know that we ourselves are not abiding, that let the pictures be what they may, and let he who discloses them to us be ever so gifted, the show is one which must come to an end. But were this sense more deeply seated even than it is, we could not but realize how much the world loses by the death of a man who possessed the power of laying bare so many secrets of the human heart, who could read every aspect of our nature, at once the most simple and the most complex of problems, and who, after amusing us for 30 years, died in the prime of life. For at 58 a man in England, living in the midst of the country, and with no unusual cares pressing upon him, cannot be called old. Lord Palmerston at 80 was active as a lad. Lord Brougham lived to the age of 90. Lord Russell at 78 is still quite capable of taking a part in active life. Mr. Disraeli is 65 and Mr. Gladstone 61, and we all know what they are capable of doing. But authors have not discovered the secret of longevity. Yet Mr. Dickens cannot fairly be said to have been overworked for many years past. His closing years were spent in that beautiful part of his native land where many of the scenes of his novels are laid, and where it was his wish, when his time came, to die. In his youth he had chosen a home for his mature age and determined to win it. He succeeded, but the days which are swifter than a weaver's shuttle left him little time to enjoy the fruits of his labors. He had known many sorrows, or how could he have written much that stands recorded in his name? As for his faults, who are we that we should reckon them now? He is gone, and we all feel that one of the greatest of our number has passed from time, with its defective judgments, to eternity with its serene and unerring wisdom. Although Charles Dickens is henceforth but a name in the world's history, it is a name lit with imperishable renown, and it will be spoken with gratitude and affection as long as our language endures. End of The Death of Charles Dickens by Anonymous. Read by Colleen McMahon.
The First and Second Phases of Christ's Life, From Preparation for a Christian Life, by Søren Kierkegaard, published in 1850, translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The first phase of his life. And now let us speak about him in a homely fashion, just as his contemporaries spoke about him, and as one speaks about some contemporary. Let him be a man of the same kind as we are, whom one meets on the street in passing, of whom one knows where he lives, and in what story, what his business is, who his parents are, his family, how he looks and how he dresses, with whom he associates. And there is nothing extraordinary about him. He looks as men generally look. In short, let us speak of him as one speaks of some contemporary about whom one does not make a great ado. For in living life together with these thousands upon thousands of real people, there is no room for a fine distinction like this. Possibly this man will be remembered in centuries to come, and at the same time he is really only a clerk in some shop, who is no whit better than his fellows. Therefore let us speak about him as contemporaries speak about some contemporary. I know very well what I am doing, and I want you to believe that the cantering and indolent world historic habit we have of always reverently speaking about Christ, since one has learned all about it from history, and has heard so much about his having been something very extraordinary, indeed, or something of that kind, that reverent habit, I assure you, is not worth a row of pins, but is rather sheer thoughtlessness, hypocrisy, and as such blasphemy. For it is blasphemy to reverence thoughtlessly him whom one is either to believe in or to be offended in. It is the lowly Jesus Christ, a humble man born of a maiden of low degree, whose father is a carpenter. To be sure, his appearance is made under conditions which are bound to attract attention to him. The small nation among whom he appears, God's chosen people, as they call themselves, live in anticipation of a Messiah who is to bring a golden period to land and people. You must grant that the form in which he appears is as different as possible from what most people would have expected. On the other hand, his appearance corresponds more to the ancient prophecies with which the people are thought to have been familiar. Thus he presents himself. A predecessor has called attention to him, and he himself fastens attention very decidedly on himself by signs and wonders, which are noised abroad in all the land. And he is the hero of the hour, surrounded by unnumbered multitudes of people wherever he fares. The sensation aroused by him is enormous. Everyone's eyes are fastened on him. Everyone who can go about, aye, even those who can only crawl, must see the wonder. And everyone must have some opinion about him, so that the purveyors of ready-made opinions are put to it because the demand is so furious and the contradiction so confusing. And yet he, the worker of miracles, ever remains the humble man who literally hath not where to lay his head. And let us not forget, signs and wonders as contemporary events have a markedly greater elasticity in repelling or attracting than the tame stories generally rehashed by the priests, and the still tamer stories about signs and wonders that happened 1800 years ago. Signs and wonders as contemporary events are something plaguy and importunate, something which in a highly embarrassing manner almost compels one to have an opinion, something which, if one does not happen to be disposed to believe, may exasperate one excessively by thus forcing one to be contemporaneous with it. Indeed, it renders existence too complicated, and the more so, the more thoughtful, developed, and cultured one is. It is a peculiarly ticklish matter, this having to assume that a man who is contemporaneous with one really performs signs and wonders. But when he is at some distance from one, when the consequences of his life stimulate the imagination a bit, then it is not so hard to imagine, in a fashion, that one believes it. As I said, then, the people are carried away with him. They follow him jubilantly, and see signs and wonders, both those which he performs and those which he does not perform, and they are glad in their hope that the golden age will begin once he is king. But the crowd rarely have a clear reason for their opinions. They think one thing today and another tomorrow. Therefore the wise and critical will not at once participate. Let us see now what the wise and critical must think, so soon as the first impression of astonishment and surprise has subsided. The shrewd and critical man would probably say, even assuming that this person is what he claims to be, that is something extraordinary, for as to his affirming himself to be God, I can, of course, not consider that as anything but an exaggeration for which I willingly make allowances and pardon him, if I really consider him to be something extraordinary, for I am not a pedant. Assuming then, which I hesitate to do, for it is a matter on which I shall at any rate suspend my judgment. Assuming then that he is really performing miracles, is it not an inexplicable mystery that this person can be so foolish, so weak-minded, so altogether devoid of worldly wisdom, so feeble, or so good-naturedly vain, or whatever else you please to call it, that he behaves in this fashion, and almost forces his benefactions on men, instead of proudly and commandingly keeping people away from himself at a distance, marked by their profoundest submission, whenever he does allow himself to be seen at rare occasions. Instead of doing so, think of his being accessible to everyone, or rather himself going to everyone, of having intercourse with everybody, almost as if being the extraordinary person consisted in his being everybody's servant, as if the extraordinary person he claims to be were marked by his being concerned only lest men should fail to be benefited by him. In short, as if being an extraordinary person consisted in being the most solicitous of all persons. The whole business is inexplicable to me. What he wants, what his purpose is, what end he has in mind, what he expects to accomplish, in a word, what the meaning of it all is. He who by so many a wise saying reveals so profound an insight into the human heart, he must certainly know what I, using but half of my wits, can predict for him, namely, that in such fashion one gets nowhere in the world, unless indeed, despising prudence, one consistently aims to make a fool of oneself, or perchance goes so far in sincerity as to prefer being put to death. But any one desiring that must certainly be crazy. Having such profound knowledge of the human heart, he certainly ought to know that the thing to do is to deceive people, and then to give one's deception the appearance of being a benefaction conferred on the whole race. By doing so one reaps all advantages, even the one whose enjoyment is the sweetest of all, which is to be called by one's contemporaries a benefactor of the human race. For once in your grave, you may snap your fingers at what posterity may have to say about you. But to surrender one's self altogether as he does, and not to think the least of one's self, in fact, almost to beg people to accept these benefactions. No, I would not dream of joining his company, and of course neither does he invite me. For indeed, he invites only them that labor and are heavy laden. Or he would reason as follows. His life is simply a fantastic dream. In fact, that is the mildest expression one can use about it. For when judging him in this fashion, one is good-natured enough to forget altogether the evidence of sheer madness in his claim to be God. This is wildly fantastical. One may possibly live a few years of one's youth in such fashion, but he is now past 30 years, and he is literally nothing. Still further, in a very short time he will necessarily lose all the respect and reputation he has gained among the people, the only thing, you may say, he has gained for himself. One who wishes to keep in the good graces of the people the riskiest chance imaginable, I will admit, he must act differently. Not many months will pass before the crowd will grow tired of one who is altogether at their service. He will be regarded as a ruined person, a kind of outcast, who ought to be glad to end his days in a corner, the world forgetting, by the world forgot, provided he does not, by continuing his previous behavior, prefer to maintain his present attitude, and be fantastic enough to wish to be put to death, which is the unavoidable consequence of persevering in that course. What has he done for his future? Nothing. Has he any assured position? No. What expectations has he? None. Even this trifling matter, what will he do to pass the time when he grows older, the long winter nights? What will he do to make them pass? Why, he cannot even play cards. He is now enjoying a bit of popular favor, in truth, of all movable property the most movable, which in a trice may turn into an enormous popular hatred of him. Join his company? No, thank you. I am still, thank God, in my right mind. Or he may reason as follows: that there is something extraordinary about this person, even if one reserves the right, both one's own and that of common sense, to refrain from venturing any opinion as to his claim of being God. About that there is really little doubt. Rather, one might be indignant at Providence's having entrusted such a person with these powers, a person who does the very opposite of what he himself bids us do, that we shall not cast our pearls before the swine, for which reason he will, as he himself predicts, come to grief by their turning about and trampling him under their feet. One may always expect this of swine, but on the other hand, one would not expect that he who had himself called attention to this likelihood, himself would do precisely what he knows one should not do. If only there were some means of cleverly stealing his wisdom! For I shall gladly leave him in indisputed possession of that very peculiar thought of his that he is God, if one could but rob his wisdom without, at the same time, becoming his disciple. If one could only steal up to him at night and lure it from him, for I am more than equal to editing and publishing it, and better than he, if you please. I undertake to astonish the whole world by getting something altogether different out of it, for I clearly see there is something wondrously profound in what he says, and the misfortune is only that he is the man he is. But perhaps, who knows, perhaps it is feasible anyway to fool him out of it. Perhaps in that respect, too, he is good-natured and simple enough to communicate it quite freely to me. It is not impossible, for it seems to me that the wisdom he unquestionably possesses evidently has been entrusted to a fool, seeing there is so much contradiction in his life. But as to joining his company and becoming his disciple, no, indeed. That would be the same as becoming a fool oneself. Or he might reason as follows: if this person does indeed mean to further what is good and true, I do not venture to decide this, he is helpful at least in this respect to youths and inexperienced people, for they will be benefited in this serious life of ours by learning, the sooner the better, and very thoroughly he opens the eyes even of the blindest to this, that all this pretence of wishing to live only for goodness and truth contains a considerable admixture of the ridiculous. He proves how right the poets of our times are when they let truth and goodness be represented by some half-witted fellow, one who is so stupid that you can knock down a wall with him. The idea of exerting oneself as this man does, of renouncing everything but pains and trouble, to be at beck and call all day long, more eager than the busiest family physician, and pray why? Because he makes a living by it? No, not in the least. It has never occurred to him, as far as I can see, to want something in return. Does he earn any money by it? No, not a red cent. He has not a red cent to his name, and if he did, he would forthwith give it away. Does he then aspire to a position of honor and dignity in the state? On the contrary, he loathes all worldly honor. And he who, as I said, condemns all worldly honor and practices the art of living on nothing, he who, if any one seems best fitted to pass his life in a most comfortable dolce far niente, which is not such a bad thing, he lives under a greater strain than any government official who is rewarded by honor and dignity, lives under a greater strain than any business man who earns money like sand. Why does he exert himself thus? Or why this question about a matter not open to question? Why should any one exert himself thus in order to attain to the happiness of being ridiculed, mocked, and so forth? To be sure, a peculiar kind of pleasure, that one should push one's way through a crowd to reach the spot where money, honor, and glory are distributed. Why, that is perfectly understandable. But to push forward to be whipped, how exalted, how Christian, how stupid! Or he will reason as follows. One hears so many rash opinions about this person from people who understand nothing and worship him, and so many severe condemnations of him by those who perhaps misunderstand him after all. As for me, I am not going to allow myself to be accused of venturing a hasty opinion. I shall keep entirely cool and calm. In fact, which counts for still more, I am conscious of being as reasonable and moderate with him as is possible. Grant now, which, to be sure, I do only to a certain extent, grant even that one's reason is impressed by this person. What, then, is my opinion about him? My opinion is, that for the present I can form no opinion about him. I do not mean about his claim of being God, for about that I can never in all eternity have an opinion. No, I mean about him as a man. Only by the consequences of his life shall we be able to decide whether he was an extraordinary person, or whether, deceived by his imagination, he applied too high a standard, not only to himself, but also to humanity in general. More I cannot do for him, try as I may. If he were my only friend, my only child, I could not judge him more leniently, nor differently either. It follows from this, to be sure, that in all probability, and for good reasons, I shall not ever be able to have any opinion about him. For in order to be able to form an opinion, I must first see the consequences of his life, including his very last moments. That is, he must be dead. Then, and perhaps not even then, may I form an opinion of him. And even granting this, it is not really an opinion about him, for he is then no more. No more is needed to say why it is impossible for me to join him while he is living. The authority he is said to show in his teaching can have no decisive influence in my case, for it is surely easy to see that his thought moves in a circle. He quotes as authority that which he is to prove, which in its turn can be proved only by the consequences of his life, provided, of course, it is not connected with that fixed idea of his about being God. Because if it is therefore he has this authority, because he is God, the answer must be yes, if. So much, however, I may admit, that if I could imagine myself living in some later age, and if the consequences of his life as shown in history had made it plain that he was the extraordinary person he in a former age claimed to be, then it might very well be, in fact, I might come very near becoming his disciple. An ecclesiastic would reason as follows: For an impostor and demagogue he has, to say the truth, a remarkable air of honesty about him, for which reason he cannot be so absolutely dangerous either, even though the situation looks dangerous enough while the squall is at its height, and even though the situation looks dangerous enough with his enormous popularity until the squall has passed over and the people, yes, precisely the people, overthrow him again. The honest thing about him is his claim to be the Messiah, when he resembles him so little as he does. That is honest. Just as if someone in preparing bogus paper money made the bills so poorly that everyone who knows the least about it cannot fail to detect the fraud. True enough, we all look forward to a Messiah, but surely no one with any sense expects God himself to come, and every religious person shudders at the blasphemous attitude of this person. We look forward to a Messiah. We are all agreed on that. But the governance of the world does not go forward tumultuously by leaps and bounds. The development of the world, as is indicated by the very fact that it is a development, proceeds by evolution, not by revolution. The true Messiah will therefore look quite different, and will arrive as the most glorious flower and the highest development of that which already exists. Thus will the true Messiah come, and he will proceed in an entirely different fashion. He will recognize the existing order as the basis of things. He will summon all the clergy to council, and present to them the results accomplished by him, as well as his credentials. And then, if he obtain the majority of the votes when the ballot is cast, he will be received and saluted as the extraordinary person, as the one he is, the Messiah. However, there is a duplicity in this man's behavior. He assumes too much the role of judge. It seems as if he wished to be at one and the same time both the judge who passes sentence on the existing order of things and the Messiah. If he does not wish to play the role of the judge, then why his absolute isolation, his keeping at a distance from all which has to do with the existing order of things? And if he does not wish to be the judge, then why his fantastic flight from reality to join the ignorant crowd? Then why, with the haughtiness of a revolutionary, does he despise all the intelligence and efficiency to be found in the existing order of things? And why does he begin afresh altogether, and absolutely from the bottom up, by the help of fishermen and artisans? May not the fact that he is an illegitimate child fitly characterize his entire relation to the existing order of things? On the other hand, if he wishes to be only the Messiah, why then his warning about putting a piece of new cloth onto an old garment? For these words are precisely the watchwords of every revolution, since they are expressive of a person's discontent with the existing order, and of his wish to destroy it. That is, these words reveal his desire to remove existing conditions, rather than to build on them and better them, if one is a reformer, or to develop them to their highest possibility, if one is indeed the Messiah. This is duplicity. In fact, it is not feasible to be both judge and Messiah. Such duplicity will surely result in his downfall. The climax in the life of a judge is his death by violence, and so the poet pictures it correctly. But the climax in the life of the Messiah cannot possibly be his death, or else, by that very fact, he would not be the Messiah. That is, he whom the existing order expects in order to deify him. This duplicity has not as yet been recognized by the people, who see in him their Messiah. But the existing order of things cannot by any manner of means recognize him as such. The people, the idle and loafing crowd, can do so only because they represent nothing less than the existing order of things. But as soon as the duplicity becomes evident to them, his doom is sealed. Why, in this respect his predecessor has a far more definitely marked personality, for he was but one thing, the judge. But what confusion and thoughtlessness to wish to be both! And what still worse confusion, to acknowledge his predecessor as the judge, that is, in other words, precisely to make the existing order of things receptive and ripe for the Messiah who is to come after the judge, and yet not wish to associate himself with the existing order of things. And the philosopher would reason as follows: such dreadful, or rather insane vanity, that a single individual claims to be God, is a thing hitherto unheard of. Never before have we been witness to such an excess of pure subjectivity and sheer negation. He has no doctrines, no system of philosophy. He knows really nothing. He simply keeps on repeating and making variations on some unconnected aphoristic sentences, some few maxims, and a couple of parables by which he dazzles the crowd, for whom he also performs signs and wonders, so that they, instead of learning something or being improved, come to believe in one who in a most brazen way constantly forces his subjective views on us. There is nothing objective or positive whatever in him, and in what he says. Indeed, from a philosophical point of view, he does not need to fear destruction, for he has perished already, since it is inherent in the nature of subjectivity to perish. One may in all fairness admit that his subjectivity is remarkable, and that, be it as it may with the other miracles, he constantly repeats his miracle with the 5 small loaves, namely, by means of a few lyric utterances and some aphorisms he rouses the whole country. But even if one were inclined to overlook his insane notion of affirming himself to be God, it is an incomprehensible mistake, which, to be sure, demonstrates a lack of philosophic training, to believe that God could reveal himself in the form of an individual. The race, the universal, the total, is God, but the race surely is not an individual. Generally speaking, that is the impudent assumption of subjectivity, which claims that the individual is something extraordinary. But sheer insanity is shown in the claim of an individual to be God. Because if the insane thing were possible, namely, that an individual might be God, why then this individual would have to be worshipped, and a more beastly philosophic stupidity is not conceivable. The astute statesman would reason as follows: that at present this person wields great power is undeniable, entirely disregarding, of course, this notion of his that he is God. Foibles like these, being idiosyncrasies, do not count against a man, and concern no one, least of all a statesman. A statesman is concerned only with what power a man wields, and that he does wield great power cannot, as I have remarked, be denied. But what he intends to do, what his aim is, I cannot make out at all. If this be calculation, it must be of an entirely new and peculiar order, not so altogether unlike what is otherwise called madness. He possesses points of considerable strength, but he seems to defeat rather than to use it. He expends it without himself getting any returns. I consider him a phenomenon, with which, as ought to be one's rule with all phenomena, a wise man should not have anything to do, since it is impossible to calculate him, or the catastrophe threatening his life. It is possible that he will be made king. It is possible, I say, but it is not impossible, or rather, it is just as possible that he may end on the gallows. He lacks earnestness in all his endeavors. With all his enormous stretch of wings, he only hovers and gets nowhere. He does not seem to have any definite plan of procedure, but just hovers. Is it for his nationality he is fighting? Or does he aim at a communistic revolution? Does he wish to establish a republic or a kingdom? With which party does he affiliate himself to combat which party? Or does he wish to fight all parties? I have anything to do with him? No, that would be the very last thing to enter my mind. In fact, I take all possible precaution to avoid him. I keep quiet, undertake nothing, act as if I did not exist, for one cannot even calculate how he might interfere with one's undertakings, be they ever so unimportant, or at any rate, how one might become involved in the vortex of his activities. Dangerous, in a certain sense, enormously dangerous, is this man. But I calculate that I may ensnare him precisely by doing nothing, for overthrown he must be. And this is done most safely by letting him do it himself, by letting him stumble over himself. I have at least at this moment not sufficient power to bring about his fall. In fact, I know no one who has. To undertake the least thing against him now means to be crushed oneself. No, my plan is constantly to exert only negative resistance to him. That is, to do nothing, and he will probably involve himself in the enormous consequences he draws after him, till in the end he will tread on his own train, as it were, and thus fall. And the steady citizen would reason as follows, which would then become the opinion of his family. Now let us be human. Everything is good when done in moderation. Too little and too much spoil everything. And as a French saying has it, which I once heard a travelling salesman use, every power which exceeds itself comes to a fall. And as to this person, his fall is certainly sure enough. I have earnestly spoken to my son, and warned and admonished him not to drift into evil ways and join that person. And why? Because all people are running after him. That is to say, what sort of people? Idlers and loafers, street walkers and tramps, who run after everything. But mighty few of the men who have house and property, and nobody who is wise and respected, none after whom I set my clock, neither Councillor Johnson, nor Senator Anderson, nor the wealthy broker Nelson. Oh no, they know what's what. And as to the ministry, who ought to know most about such matters, they will have none of him. What was it Pastor Green said in the club the other evening? That man will yet come to a terrible end, he said. And Green, he can do more than preach. You oughtn't to hear him Sundays in church so much as Mondays in the club. I just wished I had half his knowledge of affairs. He said quite correctly, and as if spoken out of his own heart, only idlers and loafers are running after that man. And why do they run after him? Because he performs some miracles. But who is sure they are miracles, or that he can confer the same power on his disciples? And in any case, a miracle is something mighty uncertain, whereas the certain is the certain. Every serious father who has grown-up children must be truly alarmed lest his sons be seduced, and join that man together with the desperate characters who follow him. desperate characters who have nothing to lose. And even these, how does he help them? Why, one must be mad to wish to be helped in this fashion. Even the poorest beggar is brought to a worse estate than his former one, is brought to a pass he could have escaped by remaining what he was, that is, a beggar, and no more. And the mocker, not the one hated on account of his malice, but the one who is admired for his wit, and liked for his good nature, he would reason as follows: it is, after all, a rich idea, which is going to prove useful to all of us, that an individual who is in no wise different from us claims to be God. If that is not being a benefactor of the race, then I don't know what charity and beneficence are. If we assume that the characteristic of being God, well, who in all the world would have hit on that idea? How true that such an idea could not have entered into the heart of man. But if we assume that it consists in looking in no wise different from the rest of us, and in nothing else, why, then we are all gods. Q.E.D. 3 cheers for him, the inventor of a discovery so extraordinarily important for mankind. Tomorrow I, the undersigned, shall proclaim that I am God, and the discoverer at least will not be able to contradict me without contradicting himself. At night all cats are gray, and if to be God consists in looking like the rest of us, absolutely and altogether like the rest of mankind, why then it is night, and we all are, or what is it I wanted to say? We are all God, every one of us. And no one has a right to say he isn't as well off as his neighbor. This is the most ridiculous situation imaginable, the contradiction here being the greatest imaginable, and the contradiction always making for a comical effect. But this is in no wise my discovery, but solely that of the discoverer. This idea that a man of exactly the same appearance as the rest of us, only not half so well dressed as the average man, that is, a poorly dressed person who, rather than being God, seems to invite the attention of the Society for the Relief of the Poor, that he is God. I am only sorry for the director of the charitable society that he will not get a raise from his general advancement of the human race, but that he will rather lose his job on account of this, etc. Ah, my friend, I know well what I am doing. I know my responsibility, and my soul is altogether assured of the correctness of my procedure. Now then, imagine yourself a contemporary of him who invites. Imagine yourself to be a sufferer, but consider well to what you expose yourself in becoming his disciple and following him. You expose yourself to losing practically everything in the eyes of all wise and sensible and respected men. He who invites demands of you that you surrender all, give up everything. But the common sense of your own times and of your contemporaries will not give you up, but will judge that to join him is madness, and mockery will descend cruelly upon you. For while it will almost spare him, out of compassion, you will be thought madder than a March hare for becoming his disciple. People will say that he is a wrong-headed enthusiast. That can't be helped. Well and good. But to become in all seriousness his disciple, that is the greatest piece of madness imaginable. There surely is but one possibility of being madder than a madman, which is the higher madness of joining a madman in all seriousness and regarding him as a sage. Do not say that the whole presentation above is exaggerated. Ah, you know, but possibly have not fully realized it, that among all the respectable men, among all the enlightened and sensible men, there was but one, though it is easily possible that one or the other of them, impelled by curiosity, entered into conversation with him, that there was but one among them who sought him in all seriousness, and he came to him in the night. And as you know, in the night one walks on forbidden paths. One chooses the night to go to places of which one does not like to be known as a frequenter. Consider the opinion of the inviter implied in this. It was a disgrace to visit him, something no man of honor could afford to do, as little as to pay a nightly visit to. But no, I do not care to say in so many words what would follow this as little as. Come hither to me now, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. The second phase of his life. His end was what all the wise and the sensible, the statesmen and the citizens and the mockers, etc., predicted it would be, and as was later spoken to him in a moment when, it would seem, the most hardened ought to have been moved to sympathy and the very stones to tears. He saved others, let him save himself. And as it has been repeated thousands upon thousands of times by thousands upon thousands, what was it he spoke of before, saying his hour has not yet come? Is it now come, perchance? It has been repeated, alas, the while the single individual, the believer, shudders whenever considering, while yet unable to refrain from gazing into the depth of what to men is a meaningless absurdity, shudders when considering that God in human guise, that his divine teaching, that these signs and wonders which might have made a very Sodom and Gomorrah reform its ways, in reality produced the exact opposite, and caused the teacher to be shunned, hated, and despised. Who he is, one can recognize more easily now, when the powerful ones and the respected ones, and all the precautionary measures of those upholding the existing order, have corrected any wrong conception one might have entertained about him at first. Now, when the people have lost their patience to wait for a Messiah, seeing that his life, instead of rising in dignity, lapsed into ever greater degradation. Who, pray, does not recognize that a man is judged according to the society in which he moves? And now think of his society. Indeed, his society one might well designate as equivalent to being expelled from human society, for his society are the lowest class of the people, with sinners and publicans among them, people whom everybody with the slightest self-respect shuns for the sake of his good name and reputation. And a good name and reputation surely are about the least one can wish to preserve. In his company there are, furthermore, lepers, whom every one flees, madmen, who can only inspire terror, invalids and wretches, squalor and misery. Who then is this person that, though followed by such a company, still is the object of the persecution of the mighty ones? He is one despised as a seducer of men, an impostor, a blasphemer. And if any one enjoying a good reputation refrains from expressing contempt for him, it is really only a kind of compassion, for to fear him is, to be sure, something different. Such then is his appearance, for take care not to be influenced by anything that you may have learned after the event, as how his exalted spirit, with an almost divine majesty, never was so markedly manifest as just then. Ah, my friend, if you were the contemporary of one who is not only himself excluded from the synagogue, but, as you will remember, whose very help meant being excluded from the synagogue, I say, If you were the contemporary of an outcast, who in every respect answers to that term, for everything has two sides, then you will scarcely be the man to explain all this in terms directly contrary to appearances; or, which is the same thing, you will not be the single individual, which, as you well know, no one wants to be, and to be which is regarded as a ridiculous oddity, perhaps even as a crime. And now, for they are his society chiefly, as to his apostles. What absurdity! Though not, what new absurdity! For it is quite in keeping with the rest. His apostles are some fishermen, ignorant people, who but the other day followed their trade. And tomorrow, to pile one absurdity on the other, they are to go out into the wide world and transform its aspect. And it is he who claims to be God, and these are his duly appointed apostles. Now, is he to make his apostles respected, or are perhaps the apostles to make him respected? Is he the inviter? Is he an absurd dreamer? Indeed, his procession would make it seem so. No poet could have hit on a better idea. A teacher, a sage, or whatever you please to call him, a kind of stranded genius, who affirms himself to be God, surrounded by a jubilant mob, himself accompanied by some publicans, criminals, and lepers, nearest to him a chosen few, his apostles. And these judges, so excellently competent as to what truth is, these fishermen, tailors, and shoemakers, they do not only admire him, their teacher and master, whose every word is wisdom and truth, they do not only see what no one else can see, his exaltedness and holiness, nay, but they see God in him, and worship him. Certainly no poet could invent a better situation, and it is doubtful if the poet would not forget the additional item that this same person is feared by the mighty ones, and that they are scheming to destroy him. His death alone can reassure and satisfy them. They have set an ignominious punishment on joining his company, on merely accepting aid from him, and yet they do not feel secure, and cannot feel altogether reassured that the whole thing is mere wrong-headed enthusiasm and absurdity. Thus the mighty ones, the populace, who had idolized him, the populace have pretty nearly given him up. Only in moments does their old conception of him blaze forth again. In all his existence there is not a shred the most envious of the envious might envy him to have. Nor do the mighty ones envy his life. They demand his death for safety's sake, so that they may have peace again, when all has returned to the accustomed ways, peace having been made still more secure by the warning example of his death. These are the two phases of his life. It began with the people idolizing him, whereas all who were identified with the existing order of things, all who had power and influence, vengefully, but in a cowardly and hidden manner, laid their snares for him. In which he was caught then? Yes, but he perceived it well. Finally, the people discovered that they had been deceived in him, that the fulfilment he would bring them answered least of all to their expectations of wonders and mountains of gold. So the people deserted him, and the mighty ones drew the snares about him, in which he was caught then? Yes, but he perceived it well. The mighty ones drew the snare together about him, and thereupon the people, who then saw themselves completely deceived, turned against him in hatred and rage. And to include that too, compassion would say, or among the compassionate ones, for compassion is sociable and likes to assemble together, and you will find spitefulness and envy keeping company with whining soft-headedness, since, as a heathen philosopher observed long ago, no one is so ready to sympathize as an envious person. Among the compassionate ones the verdict would be, It is really too bad that this good-hearted fellow is to come to such an end. For he was really a good sort of fellow. Granting it was an exaggeration to claim to be God, he really was good to the poor and the needy, even in an odd manner, by becoming one of them, and going about in the company of beggars. But there is something touching in it all, and one can't help but feel sorry for the poor fellow who is to suffer such a miserable death. For you may say what you will, and condemn him as strongly as you will, I cannot help feeling pity for him. I am not so hard-hearted as not to feel compassion. We have arrived at the last phase, not of sacred history, as handed down by the apostles and disciples who believed in Christ, but of profane history, its counterpart. Come hither now, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, that is, if you feel the need, even if you are of all sufferers the most miserable, if you feel the need of being helped in this fashion, that is, to fall into still greater suffering, then come hither. He will help you. End of The First and Second Phases of Christ's Life. From Preparation for a Christian Life by Søren Kierkegaard, published in 1850. Translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923.
Government. An essay by 1800s French economist Frédéric Bastiat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Government. I wish someone would offer a prize, not of 100 francs, but of 1,000,000, with crowns, medals, and ribbons, for a good, simple, and intelligible definition of the word government. What an immense service it would confer on society. The government? What is it? Where is it? What does it do? What ought it to do? All we know is that it is a mysterious personage, and assuredly it is the most solicited, the most tormented, the most overwhelmed, the most admired, the most accused, the most invoked, and the most provoked of any personage in the world. I have not the pleasure of knowing my reader, but I would stake 10 to 1 that for 6 months he has been making utopias, and if so, that he is looking to government for the realization of them. And should the reader happen to be a lady, I have no doubt that she is sincerely desirous of seeing all the evils of suffering humanity remedied, and that she thinks this might easily be done if government would only undertake it. But alas, that poor unfortunate personage, like Figaro, knows not to whom to listen, nor where to turn. The 100,000 mouths of the press and of the platform cry out all at once. Organize labor and workmen. Do away with egotism. Repress insolence and the tyranny of capital. Make experiments upon manure and eggs. Cover the country with railways. Irrigate the plains. Plant the hills. Make model farms. Found social workshops. Colonize Algeria. Suckle children. Instruct the youth. Assist the aged. Send the inhabitants of towns into the country. Equalize the profits of all trades. Lend money without interest to all who wish to borrow. Emancipate Italy, Poland, and Hungary. Rear and perfect the saddle horse. Encourage the arts and provide us with musicians and dancers. Restrict commerce and at the same time create a merchant navy. Discover truth and put a grain of reason into our heads. The mission of government is to enlighten, to develop, to extend, to fortify, to spiritualize, and to sanctify the soul of the people. Do have a little patience, gentlemen, says government in a beseeching tone. I will do what I can to satisfy you, but for this I must have resources. I have been preparing plans for 5 or 6 taxes, which are quite new and not at all oppressive. You will see how willingly people will pay them. Then comes the great exclamation, "No, indeed! Where is the merit of doing a thing with resources? Why, it does not deserve the name of a government. So far from loading us with fresh taxes, we would have you withdraw the old ones. You ought to suppress the salt tax, the tax on liquors, the tax on letters, custom-house duties, patents." In the midst of this tumult, and now that the country has 2 or 3 times changed its government for not having satisfied all its demands, I wanted to show that they were contradictory. But what could I have been thinking about? Could I not keep this unfortunate observation to myself? I have lost my character forever. I am looked upon as a man without heart and without feeling, a dry philosopher, an individualist, a plebeian. In a word, an economist of the English or American school. But pardon me, sublime writers, who stop at nothing, not even at contradictions. I am wrong without a doubt, and I would willingly retract. I should be glad enough, you may be sure, if you had really discovered a beneficent and inexhaustible being, calling itself the government, which had bread for all mouths, work for all hands, capital for all enterprises, credit for all projects, oil for all wounds, balm for all sufferings, advice for all perplexities, solutions for all doubts, truths for all intellects, diversions for all who want them, milk for infancy, and wine for old age, which can provide for all our wants, satisfy all our curiosity, correct all our errors, repair all our faults, and exempt us henceforth from the necessity of foresight, prudence, judgment, sagacity, experience, order, economy, temperance, and activity. What reason could I have for not desiring to see such a discovery made? Indeed, the more I reflect upon it, the more do I see that nothing could be more convenient than that we should all of us have within our reach an inexhaustible source of wealth and enlightenment, a universal physician, an unlimited treasury, and an infallible counselor, such as you describe government to be. Therefore it is that I want to have it pointed out and defined, and that a prize should be offered to the first discoverer of the phoenix. For no one would think of asserting that this precious discovery has yet been made, since up to this time everything presenting itself under the name of government is immediately overturned by the people, precisely because it does not fulfill the rather contradictory conditions of the program. I will venture to say that I fear we are, in this respect, the dupes of one of the strangest illusions which has ever taken possession of the human mind. Man recoils from trouble, from suffering, and yet he is condemned by nature to the suffering of privation if he does not take the trouble to work. He has to choose, then, between these 2 evils. What means can he adopt to avoid both? There remains now, and there will remain, only one way, which is to enjoy the labor of others. Such a course of conduct prevents the trouble and the satisfaction from preserving their natural proportion, and causes all the trouble to become the lot of one set of persons, and all the satisfaction that of another. This is the origin of slavery and of plunder, whatever its form may be, whether that of wars, impositions, violence, restrictions, frauds, etc., monstrous abuses, but consistent with the thought which has given them birth. Oppression should be detested and resisted. It can hardly be called absurd. Slavery is subsiding, thank heaven, and on the other hand, our disposition to defend our property prevents direct and open plunder from being easy. One thing, however, remains. It is the original inclination which exists in all men to divide the lot of life into 2 parts, throwing the trouble upon others and keeping the satisfaction for themselves. It remains to be shown under what new form this sad tendency is manifesting itself. The oppressor no longer acts directly and with his own powers upon his victim. No, our conscience has become too sensitive for that. The tyrant and his victim are still present, but there is an intermediate person between them, which is the government, that is, the law itself. What can be better calculated to silence our scruples, and which is perhaps better appreciated to overcome all resistance? We all, therefore, put in our claim, under some pretext or other, and apply to government. We say to it, I am dissatisfied at the proportion between my labor and my enjoyments. I should like, for the sake of restoring the desired equilibrium, to take a part of the possessions of others. But this would be dangerous. Could not you facilitate the thing for me? Could you not find me a good place, or check the industry of my competitors? Or perhaps lend me gratuitously some capital which you may take from its possessor? Could you not bring up my children at the public expense, or grant me some prizes, or secure me a competence when I have attained my 50th year? By this means I shall gain my end with an easy conscience, for the law will have acted for me, and I shall have all the advantages of plunder without its risk or its disgrace. As it is certain, on the one hand, that we are all making some similar request of the government, and as, on the other, it is proved that government cannot satisfy one party without adding to the labor of the others, until I can obtain another definition of the word government, I feel authorized to give my own. Who knows but that I may obtain the prize? Here it is. Government is the great fiction through which everybody endeavors to live at the expense of everybody else. For now, as formerly, everyone is more or less for profiting by the labors of others. No one would dare to profess such a sentiment. He even hides it from himself. And then what is done? A medium is thought of. Government is applied to, and every class in its turn comes to it and says, You who can take justifiably and honestly, take from the public, and we will partake. Alas, government is only too much disposed to follow this diabolical advice, for it is composed of ministers and officials, of men, in short, who, like all other men, desire in their hearts and always seize every opportunity with eagerness to increase their wealth and influence. Government is not slow to perceive the advantages it may derive from the part which is entrusted to it by the public. It is glad to be the judge and the master of the destinies of all. It will take much, for then a large share will remain for itself. It will multiply the number of its agents. It will enlarge the circle of its privileges. It will end by appropriating a ruinous proportion. But the most remarkable part of it is the astonishing blindness of the public through it all. When successful soldiers used to reduce the vanquished to slavery, they were barbarous, but they were not absurd. Their object, like ours, was to live at other people's expense, and they did not fail to do so. What are we to think of a people who never seem to suspect that reciprocal plunder is no less plunder because it is reciprocal, that it is no less criminal because it is executed legally and with order, that it adds nothing to the public good, that it diminishes it, just in proportion to the cost of the expensive medium which we call the government? And it is this great chimera which we have placed, for the edification of the people, as the frontispiece to our Constitution. The following is the beginning of the introductory discourse. Quote, France has constituted itself a republic for the purpose of raising all the citizens to an ever-increasing degree of morality, enlightenment, and well-being. End quote. Thus it is France, or an abstraction, which is to raise the French, or realities, to morality, well-being, etc. Is it not by yielding to this strange delusion that we are led to expect everything from an energy not our own? Is it not giving out that there is, independently of the French, a virtuous, enlightened, and rich being who can and will bestow upon them its benefits? Is not this supposing, and certainly very gratuitously, that there are between France and the French, between the simple, abridged, and abstract denomination of all the individualities, and these individualities themselves, relations as of father to son, tutor to his pupil, professor to his scholar? I know it is often said, metaphorically, the country is a tender mother. But to show the inanity of the constitutional proposition, it is only needed to show that it may be reversed, not only without inconvenience, but even with advantage. Would it be less exact to say, the French have constituted themselves a republic to raise France to an ever-increasing degree of morality, enlightenment, and well-being? Now, where is the value of an axiom where the subject and the attribute may change places without inconvenience? Everybody understands what is meant by this. The mother will feed the child, but it would be ridiculous to say the child will feed the mother. The Americans formed another idea of the relations of the citizens with the government when they placed these simple words at the head of their Constitution. We, the people of the United States, for the purpose of forming a more perfect union, of establishing justice, of securing interior tranquility, of providing for our common defense, of increasing the general well-being, and of securing the benefits of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity, decree, etc. Here there is no chimerical creation, no abstraction from which the citizens may demand everything. They expect nothing except from themselves and their own energy. If I may be permitted to criticize the first words of our Constitution, I would remark that what I complain of is something more than a mere metaphysical subtlety, as might seem at first sight. I contend that this personification of government has been in past times, and will be hereafter, a fertile source of calamities and revolutions. There is the public on one side, government on the other, considered as two distinct beings, the latter bound to bestow upon the former, and the former having the right to claim from the latter all imaginable human benefits. What will be the consequence? In fact, government is not maimed, and cannot be so. It has two hands, one to receive and the other to give. In other words, it has a rough hand and a smooth one. The activity of the second is necessarily subordinate to the activity of the first. Strictly, government may take and not restore. This is evident, and may be explained by the porous and absorbing nature of its hands, which always retain a part, and sometimes the whole of what they touch. But the thing that never was seen and never will be seen or conceived is that government can restore more to the public than it has taken from it. It is therefore ridiculous for us to appear before it in the humble attitude of beggars. It is radically impossible for it to confer a particular benefit upon any one of the individualities which constitute the community without inflicting a greater injury upon the community as a whole. Our requisitions, therefore, place it in a dilemma. If it refuses to grant the requests made to it, it is accused of weakness, ill will, and incapacity. If it endeavors to grant them, it is obliged to load the people with fresh taxes, to do more harm than good, and to bring upon itself from another quarter the general displeasure. Thus the public has two hopes, and the government makes two promises: many benefits and no taxes, hopes and promises, which, being contradictory, can never be realized. Now, is not this the cause of all our revolutions? For between the government, which lavishes promises which it is impossible to perform, and the public, which has conceived hopes which can never be realized, two classes of men interpose, the ambitious and the utopians. It is circumstances which give these their cue. It is enough if these vassals of popularity cry out to the people, "The authorities are deceiving you. If we were in their place, we would load you with benefits and exempt you from taxes." And the people believe. and the people hope, and the people make a revolution. No sooner are their friends at the head of affairs than they are called upon to redeem their pledge. Give us work, bread, assistance, credit, instruction, colonies, say the people, and withal deliver us, as you promised, from the talons of the exchequer. The new government is no less embarrassed than the former one, for it soon finds that it is much more easy to promise than to perform. It tries to gain time, for this is necessary for maturing its vast projects. At first it makes a few timid attempts. On one hand, it institutes a little elementary instruction. On the other, it makes a little reduction in the liquor tax, 1850. But the contradiction is forever starting up before it. If it would be philanthropic, it must attend to its exchequer. If it neglects its exchequer, it must abstain from being philanthropic. These two promises are forever clashing with each other. It cannot be otherwise. To live upon credit, which is the same as exhausting the future, is certainly a present means of reconciling them. An attempt is made to do a little good now at the expense of a great deal of harm in future. But such proceedings call forth the spectre of bankruptcy, which puts an end to credit. What is to be done then? Why, then the new government takes a bold step. It unites all its forces in order to maintain itself. It smothers opinion, has recourse to arbitrary measures, ridicules its former maxims, declares that it is impossible to conduct the administration except at the risk of being unpopular. In short, it proclaims itself governmental. And it is here that other candidates for popularity are waiting for it. They exhibit the same illusion, pass by the same way, obtain the same success, and are soon swallowed up in the same gulf. We had arrived at this point in February 1849. At this time, the illusion which is the subject of this article had made more way than at any former period in the ideas of the people in connection with socialist doctrines. They expected more firmly than ever that government, under a republican form, would open in grand style the source of benefits and close that of taxation. We have often been deceived, said the people, but we will see to it ourselves this time, and take care not to be deceived again. What could the provisional government do? Alas, just that which always is done in similar circumstances, make promises and gain time. It did so, of course, and to give its promises more weight, it announced them publicly thus: increase of prosperity, diminution of labor, assistance, credit, gratuitous instruction, agricultural colonies, cultivation of waste land, and at the same time reduction of the tax on salt, liquor, letters, meat. All this shall be granted when the National Assembly meets. The National Assembly meets, and as it is impossible to realize two contradictory things, its task, its sad task, is to withdraw as gently as possible, one after the other, all the decrees of the provisional government. However, in order somewhat to mitigate the cruelty of the deception, it is found necessary to negotiate a little. Certain engagements are fulfilled, others are in a measure begun, and therefore the new administration is compelled to contrive some new taxes. Now I transport myself in thought to a period a few months hence, and ask myself with sorrowful forebodings what will come to pass when the agents of the new government go into the country to collect new taxes upon legacies, revenues, and the profits of agricultural traffic. It is to be hoped that my presentiments may not be verified, but I foresee a difficult part for the candidates for popularity to play. Read the last manifesto of the Montagnards, that which they issued on the occasion of the election of the president. It is rather long, but at length it concludes with these words: Government ought to give a great deal to the people and take little from them. It is always the same tactics, or rather, the same mistake. Government is bound to give gratuitous instruction and education to all the citizens. It is bound to give a general and appropriate professional education, as much as possible adapted to the wants, the callings, and the capacities of each citizen. It is bound to teach every citizen his duty to God, to man, and to himself, to develop his sentiments, his tendencies, and his faculties, to teach him, in short, the scientific part of his labor, to make him understand his own interests, and to give him a knowledge of his rights. It is bound to place within the reach of all literature and the arts, the patrimony of thought, the treasures of the mind, and all those intellectual enjoyments which elevate and strengthen the soul. It is bound to give compensation for every accident, from fire, inundation, etc., experienced by a citizen. The etc. means more than it says. It is bound to attend to the relations of capital with labor, and to become the regulator of credit. It is bound to afford important encouragement and efficient protection to agriculture. It is bound to purchase railroads, canals, and mines, and doubtless to transact affairs with that industrial capacity which characterizes it. It is bound to encourage useful experiments, to promote and assist them by every means likely to make them successful. As a regulator of credit, it will exercise such extensive influence over industrial and agricultural associations as shall ensure them success. Government is bound to do all this, in addition to the services to which it is already pledged. And further, it is always to maintain a menacing attitude towards foreigners, for, according to those who signed the program, bound together by this holy union and by the precedents of the French Republic, we carry our wishes and hopes beyond the boundaries which despotism has placed between nations. The rights which we desire for ourselves, we desire for all those who are oppressed by the yoke of tyranny. We desire that our glorious army should still, if necessary, be the army of liberty. You see that gentle hand of government, that good hand which gives and distributes, will be very busy under the government of the Montagnards. You think, perhaps, that it will be the same with the rough hand, that hand which dives into our pockets? Do not deceive yourselves. The aspirants after popularity would not know their trade if they had not the art, when they show the gentle hand, to conceal the rough one. Their reign will assuredly be the jubilee of the taxpayers. It is superfluities, not necessaries, they say, which ought to be taxed. Truly, it will be a good time when the exchequer, for the sake of loading us with benefits, will content itself with curtailing our superfluities. This is not all. The Montagnards intend that taxation shall lose its oppressive character and be only an act of fraternity. Good heavens! I know it is the fashion to thrust fraternity in everywhere, but I did not imagine it would ever be put into the hands of the tax-gatherer. To come to the details, those who signed the program say, "We desire the immediate abolition of those taxes which affect the absolute necessaries of life, as salt, liquors, etc., etc. The reform of the tax on landed property, customs, and patents. Gratuitous justice, that is, the simplification of its forms and the reduction of its expenses." This, no doubt, has reference to stamps. Thus, the tax on landed property, customs, patents, stamps, salt, liquors, postage are all included. These gentlemen have found out the secret of giving an excessive activity to the gentle hand of government, while they entirely paralyze its rough hand. Well, I ask the impartial reader, is it not childishness, and more than that, dangerous childishness? Is it not inevitable that we shall have revolution after revolution, if there is a determination never to stop till this contradiction is realized, to give nothing to government and to receive much from it? If the Montagnards were to come into power, would they not become the victims of the means which they employed to take possession of it? Citizens, in all times, 2 political systems have been in existence, and each may be maintained by good reasons. According to one of them, government ought to do much, but then it ought to take much. According to the other, this twofold activity ought to be little felt. We have to choose between these 2 systems. But as regards the third system, which partakes of both the others, and which consists in exacting everything from government without giving it anything, it is chimerical, absurd, childish, contradictory, and dangerous. Those who parade it for the sake of the pleasure of accusing all governments of weakness, and thus exposing them to your attacks, are only flattering and deceiving you, while they are deceiving themselves. For ourselves, we consider that government is and ought to be nothing whatever but common force organized, not to be an instrument of oppression and mutual plunder among citizens, but, on the contrary, to secure to every one his own, and to cause justice and security to reign. End of Government by Frederick Bastiat. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2019.
Chapter 2, Historical, of Cycling by William Norrie Robertson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2, Historical. Now heaven in all her glory shone, and rolled her motions, as the great first maker's hand first wheeled her course. Milton. Bicycle. Latin prefix bi, to, and Greek kyklos, a wheel. A vehicle consisting of 2 wheels, one behind the other, connected by metal bars containing a seat, the machine being propelled by the feet of the rider. Many enthusiastic cyclists imagine that they can find traces of the entity of the cycle at a very early period. A few believe they can recognize it in the cartouches of Egyptian hieroglyphics, and even find allusions to their fascinating pastime in the Latin poets. Again, Shakespeare probably anticipated the military cycle when he saw in imagination Achilles mounted on a cycle as he shouts, "Come here about me, you my Myrmid cyclists. Mark what I say, attend me where I wheel, it is decreed, Hector the Great must die." Although we have record of vehicles somewhat similar to our cycles of the present time, having been in use some hundreds of years ago, it is only during the past 23 years that they have obtained a state of perfection equal to that of any other department of mechanical science. In 1808, a machine having 2 wheels connected by a bar carved like unto a horse made its appearance in Paris, Hobby Horse. In 1818, a German named Baron von Drais, of Saverbrunn, near Frankfurt on the Main, invented the first machine anything like our 94 cycle. It was called the Draisine after him. It was simple in construction, 2 wheels connected by a curved bar of wood. There were no driving cranks upon this machine, but the driver progressed by striking the ground alternately with his feet, taking long strides, and maintaining the balance. Downhill this vehicle ran at a great pace, which is clearly indicated in the caricatures of the period, wherein the artist is never tired of showing the unfortunate riders of these contrivances plunging downhill at top speed and smashing up at the bottom. Macmillan of Dumfriesshire, Scotland, first adapted crank driving to the hobby horse about the year 1840, and it is said he frequently rode it 14 miles to market, keeping pace with farmers in gigs. Within its wooden body, being hollow, he stored an extra suit of clothes, as the Grecian leaders stored their warriors in the wooden horse at the siege of Troy. Lalemant, a mechanic in a shop of a Parisian perambulator maker, first applied cranks to the front wheel of a hobby horse and produced the vehicle known as Bone Shaker. He came to America and introduced it here about 1865. Returning to France, he set up in business for himself. These machines soon appeared in many forms in different countries, and were the observed of all observers. The first American Indian who saw a cycle said, "See lazy man walk sitting down." The Phantom was the next cycle to appear, having wooden rims and rubber tires, yet unlike 94 patterns, nailed on, and wire spokes. Starley next invented the Ariel, having a large front and small rear wheel, and backbone something like the ordinary of 1876. In 1873 the Coventry Machinists' Company produced the Gentleman's Bicycle, and Sparrow of London was the first to make a road record, going from London to John O'Groats in 15 days. The Singer firm of Coventry produced the Challenge Ordinary in 1876, well known to this day. Then was popularized the Kangaroo, made by Messrs. Hillman, Herbert, and Cooper in 1884, famous for a time. Then it gave way to the Rover type bought out by Messrs. Starley & Co. This machine had a large wheel in front and somewhat resembled the ordinary in appearance. In 1885 the Humber Company built a safety, with small steering wheel in front. Minus the upright stay, the Raleigh Cycle Company claimed to have devised the upright stay for diamond frames. Otherwise, it was the nearest approach to the modern safety. However, it remained for Messrs. Starley & Co. to produce the model of the Rover type of safety in use at the present day, and Mr. J. K. Starley has been presented with a memorial plate, an honor conferred for having set the pattern of safety cycles to the world. Solid rubber tires were then fitted to it. In 1889 the pneumatic tire was invented. Macready of Dublin was among the first to bring it before the public, and that year won the English championship. The original Dunlap secured a start of all others, and ever since nearly all the best men have ridden it. A. Zimmerman, world's champion, uses it. Last year the Dunlap Tire Company bought the Comet patent, hence the Comet tire and Dunlap tire amalgamated. Therefore the product now is better than ever. The LaForce tire is an excellent all-around article. The Palmer came like a meteor to the front rank last year. The G&J corrugated non-slipping tread adopted by the enterprising Gould Bicycle Company, Brantford, are favorites with all who have tried them. The perfect pneumatic tire is not yet. The ordinary is without question the expert's cycle, as the combined driving and steering with the front wheel causes it to be primarily difficult to learn, but when fairly mastered, it is much more under control, as the feet and hands jointly share the steering, and the machine being driven by the front wheel, the rear wheel becomes actually a trailer, which of necessity ensures straight running if the steering be reasonably good, and just as it is easier to drag than to push a wheel under such conditions, so it becomes more easy to steer a front-driven one as soon as the complication introduced through propulsion by the feet direct on the steerer is overcome. All these remarks also apply to the geared ordinary when built, as it should be, on conventional ordinary lines, as it then behaves exactly in the same way as the ordinary, and is as steady and as handy as that type of machine. In the ordinary and geared ordinary, the rider is lifted somewhat higher above ground and out of the mud, and if the machine be properly fitted with saddle flaps and a rear wheel mud guard, it is cleaner than any other type of cycle, and if a geared machine is not geared too high, it may safely be said to be the best form of cycle for all-around use. The safety, indeed, offers great attractions to beginners, and is likely to always hold its place amongst that class, as it will always be the most popular type of cycle, for it is safe, whilst presenting as it does a relatively small surface. Windage is less apparent when riding than in higher wheeled types. Probably the greatest objection to the present diamond frame safety is its mud and dust throwing capacity. However, as the years roll by, there will be lighter and more efficient protection in this direction. 100 years hence. A writer in a daily paper says, quote, "The cycle of 1993 will be built on much the same lines as the safety of 1893. That is, with two small wheels nearly the same size, the front being slightly smaller. This was the plan of the first machine built in 1817, and now, after a lapse of 76 years, we have come back to the original design. A machine on this plan can be built stronger and lighter than on any other mode. With the weight between the two wheels, there is less vibration than when it is over either one of them, as in passing over an obstruction the weight is lifted 1/2 the distance in the former case than it is in the latter. Then, by the use of some alloy of greater tensile strength, weight for weight, than steel, and by filling the tires and the tubes in the framing with hydrogen instead of air, the weight of a road machine will be reduced to 10 pounds or less, while racing machines will not weigh half that much. The machine will also be made so that it can be folded up and carried about or stowed away in a trunk. By improvements in the construction of the bearings of moving parts, friction will be almost wholly eliminated, and the method of applying power will be so perfected that there will be absolutely no such thing as lost power. The roads will be prepared especially for cycles, the grades being very slight, and, in fact, sufficient to provide proper drainage. The surface will be hard and smooth, the outer edge of all curves being raised, as on a track. The roads will be kept clean, as by that time the horse will be found only in zoological gardens. The improvement in the rider will be equally marked. From the continued and increasing use of the wheel, a race of people will be evolved that will take to cycling as readily as a foreign immigrant does to politics. Taking all these things into consideration, we may expect an average speed of 30 miles an hour on the road and 60 miles on the track. The use of the machine will be universal. Children will be taught to ride as they are now taught to walk. The suburbs of our great cities will extend from 60 to 100 miles in every direction. All patents will have expired, and such large quantities of bicycles will be manufactured that the cost will be nominal and within the reach of all. There will be no more crowded tenement houses. The artisan, who will work only 4 hours a day, will live with his family in a cozy little home in the suburbs, where he can see the sunshine and breathe the fresh air. The use of the wheel will have so improved the stamina and physique of the race that the only cause of death will be old age and accidents. Railroads will be used for the transportation of freight only. Every individual will own a bicycle. Those intended for long-distance travel will be run by small but powerful storage batteries, which may be charged at automatic electric stations by connecting the battery to a dynamo and dropping a coin of small value in a slot. With machines of this character, it will be possible to attain a speed of 150 miles an hour, and to overcome the wind pressure, they will be fitted with wedge-shaped windshields, made of some tough yet transparent substance. The bicycle will not be used in war for the simple reason that as dyspepsia will be unknown, everybody will feel so well and be so good-humored and disinclined to quarrel that there will be no one to go to war." End of Chapter 2 Historical from Cycling by William Norrie Robertson. Recording by TriciaG.
In the Land of the Wild Yak by Sven Hedden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We broke up our camp on the morning of October 29th, after a night of 49 degrees of frost, at an early hour, so as to find water for our thirsty animals as soon as possible. A small lake and 2 springs we passed were frozen as hard as rock. Beside one lay the skull of a yak, which had evidently had its throat cut with a knife. We also saw 2 fireplaces on the way, and at Camp No. 50 a path, which, however, might have been worn by wild yaks. We therefore were no doubt coming near to other men, and we were always on the lookout for tents. Next day the storm increased in strength, and it was only with the greatest effort of will that I could use my hands for map sketching. We seemed paralyzed, and could no longer think clearly. We were like the field mice which run from one hole to another, seeking to find shelter from the wind and cold. On arriving at a spring, I slipped down wearily from my horse, and thought I should be frozen before the fire was kindled. Muhammad Isa also and 4 other men were ill, and could not assist in setting up the tents. When my tent was ready, I crept into bed in my clothes, boots and all. While Robert and Tsering were covering me up with warm wraps, I was seized with violent ague. My teeth chattered and my head ached terribly. Robert, who had been trained in nursing in Dr. Arthur Neve's school, now proved an excellent doctor, and took every care of me. As soon as we were under cover, he plunged into the study of Burroughs and Wellcome's medical instructions. The tabloid brand medicine chest stood open, as frequently happened in my tent. Stanley, Amon Pasha, Jackson, Scott, and many other travellers have prized this ideal travelling dispensary as highly as myself. My case, a present from the English firm, had been filled with a special regard to the climate of Tibet. At 10 o'clock at night, Robert and Tsering undressed me. There were 47.9 degrees of frost in the night, and the storm howled dreadfully. Robert took my temperature every 2 hours, and it rose to 106½ degrees, high fever mark. As he told me after, he pondered whatever he was to do if I remained for good at Camp No. 51. I could not sleep, and Robert and Tsering watched beside my bed in turn. Glowing lumps of fuel were brought in all through the night, and a burning candle was placed behind a box, where it was protected from wind and draught. I was constantly delirious, and the men were much concerned, for they had never seen me ill before. Next day the fever had slightly abated, when Muhammad Isa slipped gently into my tent to inquire how the sahib was. He informed us that the wounded yak was dead, and that in cutting it up, 2 Tibetan bullets had been found. Also at 3 places hearths had been seen, which could not be more than 2 months old, for ashes still lay among the stones. So hunters had been here in autumn, and he was quite convinced that we should soon meet with the first nomads. It was still as the grave, only the storm howled and moaned. All the men in the camp were afraid of disturbing me, but I gave orders in the evening that they should sing as usual. I could not lift an arm without help, and I lay hour after hour watching the curious lights in the tent. Within, the stearine candle emitted a dull light, and the yellowish-red blaze of the fire and the bluish moonlight penetrated from without. The singing sounded melancholy and wistful, and was accompanied by the howling of the storm. On November 2nd the storm still raged, having now continued to the 6th day. I had slept a few hours, though the cold sank to 52 degrees below freezing point. I was getting a little better, but I was still extremely weak. Robert, who was troubled because his horse had died in the night, read to me one of the novels we had stolen from Deasy's depot. Tsering and Rehemali massaged me in the Asiatic manner to restore my strength, and so we arrived at the 4th evening. I had been confined to my bed for 84 hours. The soil of Tibet seemed determined to keep me, and perhaps I should be allowed only to dream of the forbidden land at a distance. Surely, on November 3rd, the god of the winds must have said to the westerly storm, 6 days shalt thou labour. On the 7th, thou shalt become a hurricane. Dust and sand penetrated the thin canvas and covered everything in the tent. The men who led the animals to water had rings of dust around their eyes, and their faces were ashy gray. For my part, I felt like one of our poor worn-out brutes, which does not know whether he will reach the next camp. Then I decided to remain here with some of the men and some provisions, while Robert and Mohammed Isa went in search of natives, whom they might send to fetch me. But no, I would try to hold myself in the saddle, for I did not wish to remain in this miserable fever camp. I wore a whole wardrobe of winter clothes, several trousers, my leather jersey, the ulster, fur coat, cap, and bashlik. It was a heavy weight for my weak, tottering legs as I walked to my horse and was lifted into the saddle. We followed the shore of the small lake near our camp, but I soon perceived, after nearly falling again and again, that the exertion was too much for me, so we halted and lighted a fire. After a short rest, we rode on, and were delighted when at length we saw the smoke of our caravan rising behind a hill, where it had camped by a source, and had found fireplaces erected last summer, with skulls and horns of tame sheep around them. Yak dung was very plentiful. The source was, therefore, a watering place of wild yaks. A third of the men were really ill, most of them suffered from headache, and all were more or less indisposed. Robert alone was in good health, and he nursed us. On November 5th, the tracks of men became more frequent. A yak's skeleton lay beside a hearth, and the ashes piled up among the stones could not have been cold longer than the day before. We climbed up some troublesome hills, and then descended into a gully leading down to a large valley begirt with fiery red heights. A number of excavations, each with a heap of sand beside it, attracted our attention. The sand contained gold, so not ordinary nomads, but gold seekers had been here, probably every summer, to dig for gold. In the lower part of the valley, warm springs burst forth with a temperature of 57 degrees, so that the water seems quite hot. A few yards farther, however, it forms a large sheet of ice. In the next valley, a hollow between precipitous terrace slopes, a huge wild yak lay dead on the ground, with 12 of our men standing round it. Tundup Sonam had surprised a whole herd, which had come down into the valley to drink. The other animals had torn up the valley in headlong flight, but this one, struck by a bullet, had made for the hunter, and Tundup clambered up the edge of a terrace, only just in time. The yak remained at the foot, uncertain what to do, and received a second shot in the heart. I photographed him from several points of view before he was skinned. It was not easy to raise him into suitable posture. The 12 men had to put forth all their strength. The raven-black coat of the beast formed a strong contrast to the red soil. His long side fringes served him as a mattress when he lies down. On November 7th, we skirted a lake. To the right we had steep mountains with disagreeable cones of sharp-edged debris. 2 troops of fine Ammon sheep, numbering 9 and 5 respectively, skipped with bold leaps over the smooth, abrupt rocks. Large numbers of hares were seen, and frequently the holes of marmots, where the inmates were still hibernating. 2 Tibetan cairns proved to us that we were on the right way, that is, the one the gold diggers use. Now we leave this part of the mountains on the right, and proceed along the southern, open and extensive plain by the lake shore. There grazed a herd of perhaps 50 yaks. 20 antelopes, probably frightened by the caravan, scampered away with elastic springs, like the shadow of clouds moving over the earth. Soon the tents and all the details of camp number 56 could clearly be distinguished, and we had only a few minutes' march more, when even this short distance would have been too far for one of us if fate had so willed. For close beside the tents, near our animals, a large black yak appeared. Rehem Ali drew our attention to it, but we took no further notice of it. I took my last bearing of the tent, and was in the act of laying down the ground on my map sheet, when a shot cracked from Mohammed Isa's tent, and the yak, evidently hit, rushed madly northwards. We followed him with our eyes, expecting to see him fall, But no, he turned and came running wildly toward us. Rahimali's face contorted with frantic fright, and he raised his hands to heaven, crying out, "Allah! Allah! We are lost!" The brute drew near in a cloud of dust. His fringes waved and flew about, and he lowered his horns for a rush. I did not move, for I thought he had not seen us and would turn back again, but he held on his way and grew larger to the sight. Rahimali ran screaming to the tents, but suddenly turned round, and as our horses took fright and galloped off, he caught hold of the tail of Robert's steed, hoping to follow us at a run. The wild chase swept quicker and quicker over the plain, and the yak changed his course and made a circuit towards us in a mad rage. His breath rose like clouds of steam from his nostrils. His muzzle almost grazed the ground. He was ready to catch his victim on his horns, toss him into the air, and stamp him to jelly under his forefeet. Nearer and nearer I heard him, panting and gasping like a steam saw. Turning in my saddle, I saw him about 20 yards off, his small, fierce eyes blazing with fury and madness, and rolling so as to show the blood-stained whites. It was a question of a second. I rode straight to my right. My horse and I would be the first to be caught on the horns of the yak. Now the horses stretched their legs like bowstrings. I tore off my red bashlik and waved it behind me to attract the yak and stop him, but he did not look at it. Then I tore my belt off in order to take off my fur coat and throw it over the yak's eyes and blind him, just when he was on the point of thrusting his horns into the belly of the horse and stiffening the muscles of his neck for the toss. A second more, and the yak would hoist the horse, break my back, and trample on my chest. I seemed to hear the cracking and breaking of my ribs, and I well deserved it, for it was my fault alone that all the animals left behind us had to suffer so much. Then was heard a heart-rending cry of despair. As I turned quickly round, I saw Rahimali with uplifted arms fall senseless to the ground, and the yak turn and rush at him. He remained prostrate, a lifeless mass, and I saw the yak, with lowered horns and his purple tongue hanging far out of his mouth, dash down upon him in a cloud of dust. Now all the horses made off, and I had some difficulty to keep my seat on my grey Ladakhi. When I looked round again, a second later, the yak was running up the valley with his dust cloud about him. "Turn back and see if there is still a spark of life in Rahimali, and if he can still be saved," I called out. "Master, it is too dangerous. The yak is still near, and may come back. Muhammad Isa and the rest are all running out of camp to look after Rahimali." But I had already turned, and I rode to the fallen man. He lay dead on his face with arms outstretched. Both Robert and I thought, at any rate, that he was dead. But when we had dismounted beside him, he slowly turned his head, and with a look of horror waved his hand, as much to say, "Do not trouble about me, I am dead as a mouse." We could not repress a smile when, turning him over like a joint at the fire, we examined his bones and joints, and found that the fellow was still sound, though severely bruised. The yak had trodden upon the inner side of his left shank, where a bloody stripe showed the mark of his hoof. 2 strong men bore the fallen hero to Muhammad Isa's tent, where he was well tended by Robert. He seemed stupefied for several days, and we feared that his adventure had affected his brain. He did not eat or speak, and had to travel on horseback, and one of his fellow countrymen was told off to attend on him. After some time, when his head was clear again, he was able to tell us his impressions. When he saw the yak preparing to attack my horse, he turned around and threw himself flat on the ground. Perhaps irritated by the red and violet chapcan floating about in the air, the yak left me, made an unexpected change of front, and rushed with lowered horns on the fallen man. He had half unconsciously made a quick movement to one side, and the horns had struck the ground instead of entering his body, and so close beside his head that Rahimali felt the panting breath of the brute in his face. Then he lost consciousness, and did not revive till we came up, and then he thought the yak was on him again. He had intended to save himself by this maneuver, and thereby had become our deliverer. After the adventures he had taken part in lately, he had an immense horror of Tibetan lakes and wild yaks. Temperature 16½ degrees on the night of November 28. One would expect that the temperatures would fall with the advance of winter, but it remains constant, owing in great measure to our progress southwards. Beyond a small pass we came to a longitudinal valley, where the country was open towards the southeast. Game was abundant. Spoors crossed one another in all directions, and 2 bold yaks awakened in us greater respect than before. At 6 places we saw large herds of wild asses, and antelopes grazed on the plains. We lost a mule here, and had now 16 animals of both kinds. Another day's journey across flat country. We were traversing the large white patch of unknown land, and were approaching Bauer's route at an acute angle, though we were still rather far east of it. A wild yak ran across our path, and we wondered if it were our enemy of the previous day. Where we pitched our camp, number 58, we found some hearths which could not be more than a couple of days old. Our excitement and eagerness increased day by day. Now the utmost margin of inhabited Tibet could not be far distant. As I let my eyes rove over these red or black, snow-capped or bare crests, I could fancy I could perceive a whole host of dancing notes of interrogation, some in fantastic draperies, mocking us because we had ventured without an escort into the forbidden land, others motioning us onwards, but all doubtful and speculative. Step by step, day by day, with failing strength, we approached the solution of all these questions. Any moment a troop of mounted men might appear on the horizon, bringing orders from Devashung that we must immediately evacuate the country and retire northwards. I was still convalescent, went to bed at 7 o'clock, and was not much the better for it, for I always felt terribly languid. Tsering was very despondent because I did so little honour to his cooking. "How can the Sahib regain his strength if he eats so little?" he used to remind me. He was a comical fellow, Tsering, as he marched day after day with his stick in his hand at the head of his detachment, self-conscious and pompous as a chanticleer. Late at night we heard the dismal, long-drawn howling of wolves close at hand. We could tell from the wild, complaining note that hunger had made the brutes bolder and that the odour of fresh meat excited them. They were on the other side of the source, and Tundrup Sonam stole off to scare them away by firing into the troop, though there was small chance of hitting one in the darkness. The brutes retired, but in the night chased our animals, which scampered off to the north, as though there were a fire behind them. But the men followed their trail and found them at dawn, a good day's journey from the camp. On November 10th we had good ground again, and saw to the east-southeast a lake which looked like a bright white ring, the middle being deep blue. Near this day's camp, number 59, were clear traces of a man who had driven 5 tame yaks to the lake. The footprints were at most 3 days old, and excited a great stir in the caravan. We were undoubtedly close to human dwellings, and I thought with regret of the interval of nearly 3 months during which we had had no cause to dread hostile tribes. We held a council of war. Should we, as long as possible, avoid contact with men and keep out of the way of their tents, so that we need not turn back until further progress became quite impossible, or should we seek out the nearest nomads at once and beg them for assistance? At this moment, Tundrup Sonam ran up out of breath. He had been scouting to the west and had descried a black tent. I immediately sent him to it with 2 other men, and gave them a handful of rupees. But the news they brought from this first meeting with human beings was not particularly interesting. The tent was inhabited by a woman and her 3 children. She had come from the district of Gurza in the southwest, and had covered the distance in 25 short days' marches. She had arrived 17 days before with her 2 husbands, but both had returned a few days ago to Gurza, after they had filled the tent for her with wild ass meat. She was daily expecting her parents, who were to keep her company for 3 months, during which time they would live on game, yaks, kyangs, and antelopes. She owned a few yaks and a small flock of sheep, which she and the oldest child tended and milked. The inside of the tent was very wretched, but a warm fire burned in the center. She knew that 4 more tents were standing in a neighboring valley. When Tundup Sonam told her that we were a party of Ladakis on a pilgrimage to the holy places, she replied that we had chosen a very bad route, and would have done better to take a more southern road where there were men. Her geographical knowledge was limited. The country in which we were now she called Gomo Selong. The gold placers which we had passed lay in the Lashung country, and the lake at Camp No. 55 she called La Shung Tso. My servants, who had already been in Tibet, held that this information was reliable, for they had heard the names before. Now then, the ice was broken. After 79 days of complete isolation from the outer world, some of our men, at least, had seen human beings. But other connection would soon follow this lonely woman, this daughter of the wilderness, this real lady of the mountains, and again we discussed the line of policy we must adopt. The woman dwelt alone, and no news of our approach could be conveyed through her instrumentality to the south. We could, then, take the matter for the present quite coolly as heretofore, and when we were surrounded on all sides by nomads, among whom reports are rapidly dispersed, we must then think of hastening our movements. We granted the animals a day's rest, for the pasturage was good, and it was pleasant to spend this day under canvas. The storm whistled and howled through the grass and around the stones. Everything that was light and loose was blown away, and the ground was swept clean. The sky was cloudless and the air clear. The wild commotion was only in the layer of air close to the ground, and the important part played by the wind in the deformation of the surface was evident. In such a storm, huge masses of material must be removed from their original position. In the night the storm ceased all of a sudden, and it became so still all at once that I awoke. It was as though we had encamped by a waterfall which in an instant ceased to roar. One starts up and wonders what has happened, but one soon becomes accustomed to the stillness and finds the absence of the noise and the draught a relief. End of In the Land of the Wild Yak by Sven Hedden. Read by Phil Schempf.
Mental Telegraphy by Mark Twain, a manuscript with a history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Mitteldorf. Note to the editor. By glancing over the enclosed bundle of rusty old manuscript, you will perceive that I once made a great discovery. The discovery that certain sorts of things which from the beginning of the world had always been regarded as merely curious coincidences, that is to say, accidents, were no more accidental than is the sending and receiving of a telegram an accident. I made this discovery 16 or 17 years ago, and gave it a name, Mental Telegraphy. It is the same thing around the edges of which the Psychical Society of England began to grope and play with 4 or 5 years ago, and which they named telepathy. Within the last 2 or 3 years, they have penetrated toward the heart of the matter, however, and have found out that the mind can act upon mind in quite detailed and elaborate way over vast stretches of land and water. And they have succeeded in doing, by their great credit and influence, what I could never have done. They have convinced the world that mental telegraphy is not just a jest, but a fact, and that it is a thing not rare, but exceedingly common. They have done our age a service, and a very great service, I think. In this old manuscript you will find mention of an extraordinary experience of mine in the mental telegraphic line of date about the years 1874 or 1875, the one concerning the great Bonanza book. It was this experience that called my attention to the matter under consideration. I began to keep a record after that of such experience of mine as seemed explicable by the theory that minds telegraph thoughts to each other. In 1878 I went to Germany and began to write the book called A Tramp Abroad. The bulk of this old batch of manuscript was written at that time and for that book, but I removed it when I came to revise the volume for the press, for I feared that the public would treat the thing as a joke and throw it aside, whereas I was in earnest. At home, 8 or 10 years ago, I tried to creep in under a shelter of an authority grave enough to protect the article from ridicule, the North American Review, but Mr. Metcalf was too wary for me. He said that to treat these mere coincidences seriously was a thing which the Review couldn't dare to do, that I must put either my name or my nom de plume to the article and thus save the Review from harm. But I couldn't consent to that. It would be the surest possible way to defeat my desire that the public should receive the thing seriously, and be willing to stop and give it some fair degree of attention. So I pigeonholed the MS because I could not get it published anonymously. Now see how the world has moved since then. These small experiences of mine, which were too formidable at that time for admission to a grave magazine, if the magazine must allow them to appear as something above and beyond accidents and coincidences, are trifling and commonplace now, since the flood of light recently cast upon mental telegraphy by the intelligent labors of the Psychical Society. But I think they are worth publishing just to show what harmless things and ordinary matters were considered dangerous and incredible 8 or 10 years ago. As I have said, the bulk of this old manuscript was written in 1878. A later part was written from time to time, 2, 3, and 4 years afterward. The postscript I added today. May 1878. Another of those apparently trifling things has happened to me which puzzle and perplex all men every now and then, keep them thinking an hour or two, and leave their minds barren of explanation or solution at last. Here it is, and it looks inconsequential enough, I am obliged to say. A few days ago I said, "It must be that Frank Millet doesn't know we are in Germany, or he would have written long before this. I have put on the point of dropping him at line at least a dozen times during the past 6 weeks, but I always decided to wait a day or two longer, and see if we shouldn't hear from him. But now I will write, and so I did. I directed the letter to Paris, and thought, now we shall hear from him before this letter is 50 miles from Heidelberg. It always happens so. True enough. But why should it? That is the puzzling part of it. We are always talking about letters crossing each other, for that is one of the very commonest accidents of life. We call it accident. But perhaps we misname it. We have the instinct a dozen times a year that the letter we are writing is going to cross the other person's letter, and if the reader will rack his memory a little, he will recall the fact that this presentiment had strength enough to it to make him cut his letter down to a decided briefness, because it would be a waste of time to write a letter which was going to cross, and hence be a useless letter. I think that in my experience this instinct has generally come to me in cases where I had put off my letter a good while in the hope that the other person would write. Yes, as I was saying, I had waited 5 or 6 weeks. Then I wrote but 3 lines because I felt and seemed to know that a letter from Millet would cross mine, and so it did. He wrote the same day that I wrote. The letters crossed each other. His letter went to Berlin, care of the American minister, who sent it to me. In this letter Millet said he had been trying for 6 weeks to stumble upon somebody who knew my German address, and at last the idea had occurred to him that a letter sent to me, care of the embassy at Berlin, might possibly find me. Maybe it was an accident that he finally determined to write to me at the same moment that I finally determined to write to him, but I think not. With me the most irritating thing has been to wait a tedious time in a purely business matter, hoping that the other party will do the writing, and then sit down and do it myself, perfectly satisfied that the other man is sitting down at the same moment to write a letter which will cross mine. And yet one must go on writing just the same, because if you get up from your table and postpone, that other man will do the same thing, exactly as if you two were harnessed together like the Siamese twins, and must duplicate each other's movements. Several months before I left home, a New York firm did some work about the house for me, and did not make a success of it, as it seemed to me. When the bill came, I wrote and said I wanted the work perfected before I paid. They replied that they were very busy, but that as soon as they could spare the proper man, the thing would be done. I waited more than 2 months, enduring as patiently as possible the companionship of bells which would fire away of their own accord, sometimes when nobody was touching them, and at other times wouldn't ring though you struck the button with a sledgehammer. Many a time I got ready to write, and then postponed it, but at last I sat down one evening and poured out my grief to the extent of a page or so, and then cut my letter suddenly short because a strong instinct told me that the firm had begun to move in the matter. When I came down to breakfast next morning, the postman had not yet taken my letter away, but the electrical man had been there, done his work, and was gone again. He had received his orders the previous evening from his employers, and had come up by the night train. If that was an accident, it took about 3 months to get it up in good shape. One evening last summer I arrived in Washington, registered at the Arlington Hotel, and went up to my room. I read and smoked until 10 o'clock, and then, finding I was not yet sleepy, I thought I would take a breath of fresh air, so I went forth in the rain and tramped through one street after another in an aimless and enjoyable way. I knew that Mr. O., a friend of mine, was in town, and I wished I might run across him. But I did not propose to hunt for him at midnight, especially as I did not know where he was stopping. Toward 12 o'clock the streets had become so deserted that I felt lonesome, so I stepped into a cigar shop far up the avenue and remained there 15 minutes, listening to some bummers discussing national politics. Suddenly the spirit of prophecy came upon me, and I said to myself, now I will go out at the door, turn to the left, walk 10 steps, and meet Mr. O face to face. And I did, too. I could not see his face because he had an umbrella before it, and it was pretty dark anyhow, but he interrupted the man he was walking and talking with, and I recognized his voice and stopped him. That I should step out there and stumble upon Mr. O was nothing, but that I should know beforehand that I was going to do it was a good deal. It is a very curious thing when you come to look at it. I stood far within the cigar shop when I delivered my prophecy. I walked about 5 steps to the door, opened it, closed it after me, walked down a flight of 3 steps to the sidewalk, then turned to the left and walked 4 or 5 more and found my man. I repeat that in itself the thing was nothing, but to know it would happen so beforehand, wasn't that really curious? I've criticized absent people so often, and then discovered to my humiliation that I was talking with their relatives, that I have grown superstitious about that sort of thing and dropped it. How like an idiot one feels after a blunder like that. We're always mentioning people, and in that very instant they appear before us. We laugh and say, speak of the devil, and so forth. And there we drop it, considering it an accident. It is a cheap and convenient way of disposing of a grave and very puzzling mystery. The fact is, it does seem to happen too often to be an accident. Now I come to the oddest thing that ever happened to me. 2 or 3 years ago I was lying in bed, idly musing one morning. It was the 2nd of March, when suddenly a red-hot new idea came whistling down into my camp and exploded with such comprehensive effectiveness as to sweep the vicinity clean of rubbishy reflections and fill the air with their dust and flying fragments. This idea, stated in simple phrase, was that the time was ripe and the market ready for a certain book, a book which ought to be written at once, a book which must command attention and be of particular interest, to wit, a book about the Nevada silver mines. The great bonanza was a new wonder then, and everybody was talking about it. It seemed to me that the person best qualified to write this book was Mr. William H. Wright, a journalist of Virginia, Nevada, by whose side I had scribbled many months when I was a reporter, 10 or 12 years before. He might be alive still, he might be dead, I could not tell, but I would write to him anyway. I began by merely and modestly suggesting that he make such a book, but my interest grew as I went on, and I ventured to map out what I thought ought to be the plan of the work. He being an old friend, and not given to taking good intentions for ill, I even dealt with details and suggested the order and sequence which they should follow. I was about to put the manuscript in an envelope when the thought occurred to me that if this book should be written at my suggestion, and then no publisher happened to want it, I should feel uncomfortable. So I concluded to keep my letter back until I should have secured a publisher. I pigeonholed my document and dropped a note to my own publisher, asking him to name a day for a business consultation. He was out of town on a faraway journey. My note remained unanswered, and at the end of 3 or 4 days the whole matter had passed out of my mind. On the 9th of March, the postman brought 3 or 4 letters, and among them a thick one, whose superscription was in hand which seemed dimly familiar to me. I could not place it at first, but presently I succeeded. Then I said to a visiting relative who was present, "Now I will do a miracle. I will tell you everything this letter contains, date, signature, and all, without breaking the seal. It is from a Mr. Wright of Virginia, Nevada, and is dated the 2nd of March, 7 days ago. Mr. Wright proposes to make a book about the silver mines and the great bonanza, and asks what I, as a friend, think of the idea. He says his subjects are to be so-and-so, their order and sequence so-and-so, and he will close with a history of the chief features of the book, the great bonanza." I opened the letter and showed that I had stated the date and the contents correctly. Mr. Wright's letter simply contained what my own letter, written on the same day, contained, and mine still lay in its pigeonhole where it had been lying during the 7 days since it was written. There was no clairvoyance about this. If I rightly comprehend what clairvoyance is, I think the clairvoyant professes to actually see concealed writing and read it word for word. This was not my case. I only seemed to know, and to know absolutely, the contents of the letter in detail and due order, but I had to word them myself. I translated them, so to speak, out of Wright's language into my own. Wright's letter and the one which I had written to him but never sent were in substance the same. Necessarily this could not come by accident. Such elaborate accidents cannot happen. Chance might have duplicated 1 or 2 of the details, but she would have broken down on the rest. I could not doubt, there was no tenable reason for doubting, that Mr. Wright's mind and mine had been in close and crystal clear communication with each other across 3,000 miles of mountain and desert on the morning of the 2nd of March. I did not consider that both minds originated that succession of ideas, but that one mind originated them and simply telegraphed them to the other. I was curious to know which brain was the telegrapher and which the receiver, so I wrote and asked for particulars. Mr. Wright's reply showed that his mind had done the originating and telegraphing, and mine the receiving. Mark that significant thing now. Consider for a moment how many a splendid original idea has been unconsciously stolen from a man 3,000 miles away. If one should question that this is so, let him look into the Encyclopedia and confirm once more that curious thing in the history of inventions which has puzzled every one so much, that is, the frequency with which the same machine or other contrivance has been invented at the same time by several persons in different quarters of the globe. The world was without an electric telegraph for several thousand years. Then Professor Henry, the American, Wheatstone in England, Morse on the sea, and a German in Munich, all invented it at the same time. The discovery of certain ways of applying steam was made in 2 or 3 countries in the same year. Is it not possible that inventors are constantly and unwittingly stealing each other's ideas whilst they stand thousands of miles asunder? Last spring, W.D. Howells, a literary friend of mine who lived 100 miles away, paid me a visit, and in the course of our talk he said he had made a discovery, conceived an entirely new idea, one which certainly had never been used in literature. He told me what it was. I handed him a manuscript and said he would find substantially the same idea in that, a manuscript which I had written 1 week before. The idea had been in my mind since the previous November. It had only entered his while I was putting it on paper, a week gone by. He had not yet written his, so he left it unwritten, and gracefully made over all his rights and title and the idea to me. The following statement, which I have clipped from a newspaper, is true. I had the fact from Mr. Howell's lips when the episode was new. Quote, "A remarkable story of a literary coincidence is told of Mr. Howell's Atlantic Monthly serial, Dr. Breen's Practice. A lady of Rochester, New York, contributed to the magazine after Dr. Breen's Practice was in type, a short story which so much resembled Mr. Howell's that he felt it necessary to call upon her and explain the situation of affairs in order that no charge of plagiarism might be preferred against him. He showed her the proof sheets of his story and satisfied her that the similarity between her work and his was one of those strange coincidences which have from time to time occurred in the literary world. I had read portions of Mr. Howell's story, both in manuscript and in proof, before the lady offered her contributions to the magazine. Here's another case. I clip it from a newspaper. Quote, "The republication of Miss Alcott's novel, Moods, recalls to a writer in the Boston Post a singular coincidence which has brought to light before the book was first published. Miss Anna M. Crane of Baltimore published Emily Chester, a novel which was pronounced a very striking and strong story. A comparison of this book with Moods showed that the two writers, though entire strangers to each other and living hundreds of miles apart, had both chosen the same subject for their novels, had followed almost the same line of treatment up to a certain point where the parallels ceased and the denouement were entirely opposite. And even more curious, the leading characters in both books had identically the same names, so that the names in Miss Alcott's novel had to be changed. Then the book was published by Loring. 4 or 5 times within my recollection there has been a lively newspaper war in this country over poems whose authorship was claimed by 2 or 3 different people at the same time. There was a war of this kind over Nothing to Wear, Beautiful Snow, Rock Me to Sleep, Mother, and also over one of Mr. Will Cartland's early ballads, I think. These were all blameless cases of unintentional and unwitting mental telegraphy, I judge. A word more as to Mr. Wright. He had had his book in his mind some time. Consequently, he, and not I, had originated the idea of it. The subject was entirely foreign to my thoughts. I was wholly absorbed in other things. Yet this friend, whom I had not seen and had hardly thought of for 11 years, was able to shoot his thoughts at me across 3,000 miles of country, and fill my head with them, to the exclusion of every other interest, in a single moment. He had begun his letter after finishing his work on the morning paper, a little after 3 o'clock, he said. When it was 3 in the morning in Nevada, it was about 6 in Hartford, where I lay awake, thinking about nothing in particular, and just about that time his ideas came pouring into my head from across the continent, and I got up and put them on paper, under the impression that they were my own original thoughts. I've never seen any mesmeric or clairvoyant performances or spiritual manifestations which were the least degree convincing, a fact which is not of consequence since my opportunities have been meagre. But I am forced to believe that one human mind still inhabiting the flesh can communicate with another over any sort of distance, and without any artificial preparation of sympathetic conditions to act as a transmitting agent. I suppose that when the sympathetic conditions happen to exist, the two minds communicate with each other, and that otherwise they don't. And I suppose that if the sympathetic conditions could be kept up right along, the two minds would continue to correspond without limit. As to time, now there is that curious thing which happens to everybody. Suddenly a succession of thoughts or sensations flocks in upon you, which startles you with the weird idea that you have ages ago experienced just this succession of thoughts or sensations in a previous existence. The previous existence is possible, no doubt, but I am persuaded that the solution of this hoary mystery lies not there, but in the fact that some far-off stranger has been telegraphing his thoughts and sensations into your consciousness, and that he stopped because some countercurrent or other obstruction intruded and broke the line of communication. Perhaps they seem repetitious to you, because they are repetitions, got at second hand from that other man. Possibly Mr. Brown, the mind-reader, reads other people's minds. Possibly he does not. But I know of a surety that I have read another's mind, and therefore I do not see why Mr. Brown shouldn't do the like also. I wrote all the foregoing about 3 years ago in Heidelberg, and laid the manuscript aside, purposing to add to it instances of mind telegraphing from time to time as they should fall under my experience. Meantime, the crossing of letters has been so frequent as to become monotonous. However, I have managed to get something useful out of this hint, for now, when I get tired of waiting upon a man whom I very much wish to hear from, I sit down and compel him to write, whether he wants to or not. That is to say, I sit down and write to him, and then tear my letter up, satisfied that my act has forced him to write to me at the same moment. I do not need to mail my letter. The writing is the only essential thing. Of course, I have grown superstitious about this letter-crossing business. This was natural. We stayed a while in Venice after leaving Heidelberg. One day I was going down in Grand Canal in a gondola, when I heard a shout behind me and looked around to see what the matter was. A gondola was rapidly following, and the gondolier was making signs to me to stop. I did so, and the pursuing boat ranged up alongside. There was an American lady in it, a resident of Venice. She was in a good deal of distress, she said. There's a New York gentleman and his wife at the Hotel Britannia, who arrived a week ago expecting to find news of their son, whom they have heard nothing about during 8 months. There was no news. The lady is down sick with despair. The gentleman can't sleep or eat. Their son arrived at San Francisco 8 months ago and announced the fact in a letter to his parents the same day. That is the last trace of him. The parents have been to Europe ever since, but their trip has been spoiled, for they have occupied their time simply in drifting restlessly from place to place, writing letters everywhere and to everybody, begging for news of their son. But the mystery remains as dense as ever. Well, now the gentleman wants to stop writing and go to cabling. He wants to cable San Francisco. He has never done it before because he's afraid of he doesn't know what. Death of the son, no doubt. But he wants somebody to advise him to cable, wants me to do it. Now, I simply can't, for if no news came, that mother yonder would die. So I've chased you in order to get you to support me in urging him to be patient and to put things off for a week or two longer. It may be the saving of this lady. Come along, let's not lose any time. So I went along, but I had a program of my own. When I was introduced to the gentleman, I said, I have some superstitions, but they are worthy of respect. If you will cable San Francisco immediately, you will hear news of your son inside of 24 hours. I don't know that you will get the news from San Francisco, but you will get it from somewhere. The only necessary thing is to cable. That is all. The news will come within 24 hours. Cable Peking if you prefer. There's no choice in this matter. This delay is all occasioned by your not cabling long ago, when you were first moved to do it. Well, it seemed absurd that this gentleman should have been cheered up by this nonsense, but he was. He brightened up at once, he sent his cablegram, and next day at noon, when a long letter arrived from his lost son, the man was as grateful to me as if I had really had something to do with the hurrying up of that letter. The son had shipped from San Francisco in a sailing vessel, and his letter was written from the first port he had touched at, months afterward. This incident argues nothing and is valueless. I insert it only to show how strong is the superstition which letter crossing has bred in me. I was so sure that a cablegram sent to any place, no matter where, would defeat itself by crossing the incoming news, that my confidence was able to raise up a hopeless man and make him cheery and hopeful. But here are 2 or 3 incidents which come strictly under the head of mind telegraphing. One Monday morning, about a year ago, the mail came in, and I picked up one of the letters and said to a friend, "Without opening this letter, I will tell you what it says. It is from Mrs. Blank, and she says she was in New York last Saturday and was purposing to run up here in the afternoon train and surprise us, but at the last moment changed her mind and returned westward to her home." Well, I was right. My details were exactly correct. Yet we had no suspicion that Mrs. Blank was coming to New York, or that she had even a remote intention of visiting us. I smoke a good deal, that is to say, all the time. So during 7 years I have tried to keep a box of matches handy behind a picture on the mantelpiece. But I have had to take it out in trying, because George, colored, who makes the fires and lights the gas, always uses my matches and never replaces them. Commands and persuasions have gone for nothing with him all these 7 years. One day last summer, when our family had been away from home for several months, I said to a member of the household, "Now, with all this long holiday and nothing in the way to interrupt—" "I can finish that sentence for you," said the member of the household. "Well, do it then," I say. "George ought to be able by practicing to learn to let those matches alone." It was correctly done. That was what I was going to say. Yet until that moment George and the matches had not been in my mind for 3 months, and it is plain that the part of the sentence which I uttered offered not the least clue or suggestion of what I was purposing to follow it with. My mother is descended from the younger of 2 English brothers named Lambton, who settled in this country a few generations ago. The tradition goes that the elder of the 2 eventually fell heir to a certain estate in England, now an earldom, and died right away. This has always been the way with our family. They always die when they could make anything by not doing it. The 2 Lambtons left plenty of Lambtons behind them, and when at last, about 50 years ago, the English baronetcy was exalted to an earldom, the great tribe of American Lambtons began to bestir themselves, that is, those descended from the elder branch. Ever since that day, one or another of these has been fretting his life uselessly away with schemes to get at his rights. The present rightful earl, the American one, used to write to me occasionally, and try to interest me in his projected raids upon the title and estates by offering me a share in the latter portion of the spoil, but I have always managed to resist his temptations. Well, one day last summer I was lying under a tree thinking about nothing in particular, when an absurd idea flashed into my head, and I said to a member of the household, "Suppose I should live to be 92, and dumb and blind and toothless, and just as I was grasping out what was left to me on my deathbed—" "Wait, I will finish the sentence," said the member of this household. "Go on," said I. "Somebody should rush in with a doctor and say, 'All the other heirs are dead, and you are the Earl of Durham.'" Well, that is truly what I was going to say, yet until that moment the subject had not entered my head or been referred to in my hearing for months before. A few years ago this thing would have astounded me, but the like could not much surprise me now, though it happened every week, for I think I know now that mind can communicate accurately with mind without the aid of the slow and clumsy vehicle of speech. This age does seem to have exhausted invention nearly. Still, it has one important contract on its hands, the invention of the phrenophone, that is to say, a method whereby the communication of mind with mind may be brought under command and reduced to certainty and system. The telegraph and the telephone are going to become too slow and wordy for our needs. We must have the thought itself shot into our minds from a distance, then If we need to put it into words, we can do that tedious work at our leisure. Doubtless the something which conveys our thoughts through the air from brain to brain is a finer and subtler form of electricity, and all we need to do is to find out how to capture it and how to force it to do its work, as we have done in the case of the electric currents. Before the day of telegraphs, neither one of these marvels would have seemed any easier to achieve than the other. While I'm writing this, doubtless somebody on the other side of the globe is writing it too. The question is, am I inspiring him, or is he inspiring me? I cannot answer that. But that these thoughts have been passing through somebody else's mind all the time I have been setting them down, I have no sort of doubt. I will close this paper with a remark which I found some time ago in Boswell's Johnson. Quote, Voltaire's Candide is wonderfully similar in its plan to Johnson's Rasselas, insomuch that I have heard Johnson say that if they had not been published so closely one after the other that there was no time for imitation, it would have been in vain to deny that the scheme of that which came latest was taken from the other. Unquote. The two men were widely separated from each other at a time, and the sea lay between them. Postscript. In the Atlantic for June 1882, Mr. John Fiske refers to the oft-quoted Darwin and Wallace, quote, coincidence. I alluded just now to the unforeseen circumstance which led Mr. Darwin in 1859 to break his long silence and to write and publish The Origin of Species. This circumstance served no less than the extraordinary success of his book to show how ripe the minds of men had become for entertaining such views as those which Mr. Darwin propounded. In 1858 Mr. Wallace, who was then engaged in studying the natural history of the Malay archipelago, sent to Mr. Darwin, as to the man most likely to understand him, a paper in which he sketched the outlines of a theory identical with that upon which Mr. Darwin had so long been at work. The same sequence of observed facts and inferences that had led Mr. Darwin to the discovery of natural selection and its consequences had led Mr. Wallace to the very threshold of the same discovery. But, in Mr. Wallace's mind, the theory had by no means been wrought out to the same degree of completeness to which it had been in the mind of Mr. Darwin. In the preface to his charming book on natural selection, Mr. Wallace, with rare modesty and candour, acknowledges that, whatever value his speculations may have had, they have been utterly surpassed in richness and cogency of proof by those of Mr. Darwin. This is no doubt true, and Mr. Wallace has done such good work in further illustration of the theory that he can well afford to rest content with the second place in the first announcement of it. The coincidence, however, between Mr. Wallace's conclusions and those of Mr. Darwin is very remarkable, but after all, coincidences of this sort have not been uncommon in the history of scientific inquiry, nor is it at all surprising that they should occur now and then, when we remember that a great and pregnant discovery must always be concerned with some question which many of the foremost minds in the world are busy in thinking about. It was so with the discovery of the differential calculus, and again with the discovery of the planet Neptune. It was so with the interpretation of the Egyptian hieroglyphics, and with the establishment of the undulatory theory of light. It was so, to a considerable extent, with the introduction of the new chemistry, with the discovery of the mechanical equivalent of heat, and the whole doctrine of the correlation of forces. It was so with the invention of the electric telegraph, and with the discovery of spectrum analysis, and it is not at all strange that it should have been so with the doctrine of the origin of species through natural selection. End of quotation. He thinks that these coincidences were apt to happen because the matters from which they sprang were matters which many of the foremost minds in the world were busy thinking about. But perhaps one man in each case did the telegraphing to the others. The aberrations which gave Leverrier the idea that there must be a planet of such and such mass and such an orbit hidden from sight out yonder in the remote abysses of space were not new. They had been noticed by astronomers for generations. Then why should it happen to occur to three people widely separated, Leverrier, Mrs. Sommerfeld, and Adams, to suddenly go to worrying about these aberrations all at the same time, and set themselves to work to find out what caused them, and to measure and weigh an invisible planet and calculate its orbit, and hunt it down and catch it? A strange project which nobody but they had ever thought before. If one astronomer had invented that odd and happy project 50 years before, don't you think he would have telegraphed it to several others without knowing it? But now I come to a puzzler. How is it that inanimate objects are able to affect the mind? They seem to do that. However, I wish to throw in a parenthesis first, just a reference to a thing everybody is familiar with, the experience of the receiver of a clear and particular answer to your telegram before your telegram has reached the sender of the answer. That is a case where your telegram has gone straight from your brain to the man it was meant for, far outstripping the wire's slow electricity, and it is an exercise of mental telegraphy which is as common as dining. To return to the influence of inanimate things, in the case of non-professional clairvoyance examined by the Psychical Society, the clairvoyant has usually been blindfolded, then some object which has been touched or worn by a person is placed in his hand. The clairvoyant immediately describes that person and goes on and gives a history of some event with which the text object has been connected. If the inanimate object is able to affect and inform the clairvoyant's mind, maybe it can do the same thing when it is working in the interest of mental telegraphy. Once a lady in the West wrote me that her son was coming to New York to remain 3 weeks and would pay me a visit if invited, and she gave me his address. I mislaid the letter, and forgot all about the matter till the 3 weeks were about up. Then a sudden and fiery eruption of remorse burst up in my brain that illuminated all the region round about, and I sat down at once and wrote to the lady and asked for that lost address. But upon reflection I judged that the stirring up of my recollection had not been an accident, so I added a postscript to say, never mind, I should get a letter from her son before night. And I did get it, for the letter was already in the town, although not delivered yet. It had influenced me, somehow. I have had so many experiences of this sort, a dozen of them at least, that I am nearly persuaded that inanimate objects do not confine their activities to helping the clairvoyant, but do every now and then give the mental telegraphist a lift. The case of mental telegraphy which I am coming to now comes under I don't exactly know what head. I clipped it from one of your local papers 6 or 8 years ago. I know the details to be right and true, for the story was told to me in the same form by one of the two persons concerned, a clergyman of Hartford, at the same time that the curious thing happened. Quote from the newspaper. A remarkable coincidence. Strange coincidences make the most interesting of stories and most curious of studies. Nobody can quite say how they come about, but everybody appreciates the facts when they do come, and it is seldom that any more complete and curious coincidence is recorded of minor importance than the following, which is absolutely true and occurred in this city. At the time of the building of one of the finest residences of Hartford, which is still a very new home, a local firm supplied the wallpaper for certain rooms, contracting both to furnish and to put up the paper. It happened that they did not calculate the size of one room exactly right, and the paper of one design selected for it fell short just half a roll. They asked for delay enough to send on to the manufacturers for what was needed, and were told that there was no special hurry. It happened that the manufacturers had none on hand, and had destroyed the blocks from which it was printed. They wrote that they had a full list of the dealers to whom they had sold that paper, and that they would write to each of those and get from some of them a roll. It might involve a delay of a couple of weeks, but they would surely get it. In the course of time came a letter saying that, to their great surprise, they could not find a single roll. Such a thing was very unusual, but in this case it had so happened. Accordingly, the local firm asked for further time, saying they would write to their own customers, who had bought of that pattern, and would get the piece from them. But, to their surprise, this effort also failed. A long time had now elapsed, and there was no use of delaying any longer. They had contracted to paper the room, and their only course was to take off that which was insufficient, and to put on some other, of which there was enough to go around. Accordingly, at length, a man was sent out to remove the paper. He got his apparatus ready. He was about to begin working under the direction of the owner of the building, when the latter was for the moment called away. The house was large and very interesting, and so many people had rambled about it that finally admission had been refused by a sign at the door. On this occasion, however, when a gentleman had knocked and asked for leave to look about, the owner, being on the premises, had been sent for to reply to the request in person. That was the call that for the moment delayed the final preparations. The gentleman went to the door and admitted the stranger, saying he would show him about the house, but first must return for a moment to that room to finish his directions there, and he told the curious story about the paper as they went on. They entered the room together, and the first thing the stranger, who lived 50 miles away, said on looking about was, "Why, I have the very paper on a room in my house, and I have an extra roll of it laid away, which is at your service." In a few days the wall was papered according to the original contract. Had not the owner been at the house, the stranger would not have been admitted. Had he called a day later, it would have been too late. Had not the facts been almost accidentally told to him, he would probably have said nothing of the paper, and so on. The exact fitting of all the circumstances is something very remarkable, and makes one of those stories that seem hardly accidental in their nature. End of quotation from the newspaper. Something that happened the other day brought my hoary manuscript to mind, and that is how I came to dig it out from its dusty pigeon-hole grave for this publication. The thing that happened was a question. A lady asked it. "Have you ever had a vision when awake?" I was about to answer promptly, when the last two words of the question began to grow and spread and swell, and presently they attained to vast dimensions. She did not know that they were important, and I did not at first, but I soon saw that they were putting me on the track of the solution of a mystery which had perplexed me a good deal. You will see what I mean when I get down to it. Ever since the English Society for Psychical Research began its searching investigations of ghost stories, haunted houses, and apparitions of the living and the dead, I have read their pamphlets with avidity as fast as they arrived. Now, one of their commonest inquiries of a dreamer or a vision-seer is, "Are you sure you were awake at the time?" If the man can't say he is sure he was awake, a doubt falls upon his tale right there. But if he is positive he was awake, and offers some reasonable evidence to substantiate it, the fact counts largely for the credibility of his story. It does with the society, and it did with me. Until that lady asked me the above question the other day. The question set me to considering, and brought me to the conclusion that you can be asleep, at least wholly unconscious, for a time, and not suspect that it has happened, and not have any way to prove that it has happened. A memorable case was in my mind. About a year ago I was standing on the porch one day when I saw a man coming up the walk. He was a stranger, and I hoped he would ring and carry his business into the house without stopping to argue with me. He would have to pass the front door to get to me, and I hoped he wouldn't take the trouble. To help, I tried to look like a stranger myself. It often works. I was looking straight at the man. He had got to within 10 feet of the door, and within 25 feet of me, and suddenly he disappeared. It was as astonishing as if a church should vanish from before your face and leave nothing behind it but a vacant lot. I was unspeakably delighted. I had seen an apparition at last, with my own eyes in broad daylight. I made up my mind to write about it to the Psychical Society. I ran to where the spectre had been to make sure he was playing fair. Then I ran to the other end of the porch, scanning the open grounds as I went. No, everything was perfect. He couldn't have escaped without me seeing him. He was an apparition, without the slightest doubt. And I would write him up before he was cold. I ran, hot with excitement, and let myself in with a latchkey. When I stepped into the hall, my lungs collapsed. My heart stood still, for there sat that same apparition in a chair, all alone, and as quiet and reposeful as if he had come to stay a year. The shock kept me dumb for a moment or two. Then I said, "Did you come in that door?" "Yes." "Did you open it, or did you ring?" I rang, and the colored man opened it." I said to myself, "This is astonishing. It takes George all of 2 minutes to answer the doorbell when he's in a hurry, and I have never seen him in a hurry. How did this man stand 2 minutes at that door within 5 steps of me, and I did not see him? I should have gone to my grave puzzling over that riddle, but for that lady's chance question last week, 'Have you ever had a vision when awake?' It stands explained now. During at least 60 seconds that day I was asleep, or at least totally unconscious, without suspecting it. In that interval the man came to my immediate vicinity, rang, stood there, and waited, then entered and closed the door, and I did not see him, and did not hear the door slam. If he had slipped around the house in that interval and gone into the cellar, he had enough time. I should have written him up for the society and magnified him and gloated over him and hurrahed about him, and 30 yoke of oxen could not have pulled the belief out of me that I was one of the favored ones of the earth and had seen a vision while wide awake. Now, how are you to tell me when you were awake? What are you to go by? People bite their fingers to find out. Why, you can do that in a dream." End of article. Mental Telegraphy by Mark Twain. Recording by Josh Mitteldorf.
Mr. Namikawa Yasuyuki, from Japan in the Taisho era, in commemoration of the enthronement. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2019. Mr. Namikawa Yasuyuki, maker of Cloisonne ware. There are 2 master makers of Cloisonne ware in Japan who are justly called the leaders of the art. One is Mr. Yasuyuki Namikawa, living at Hori-Ikemachi Sanjo-dori Higashi-Iru Kitawura, Kyoto, and the other Mr. Sosuke Namikawa in Tokyo. The former has for many years been Teishitsu Gige-jin, or artist to the imperial household, as his elaboration of the art of making cloisonne ware, striped with gold and silver, is so highly appreciated both by the court and the nation. Mr. Yasuyuki Namikawa has never been apprenticed in this line of art, and all he has done has been invented by himself. He is an original inventor and an artist in the truest sense of the word. The great master was a samurai in the service of an imperial prince, and immediately before and after the Restoration he and his master underwent many hard trials. When stricken with extreme poverty, chance brought him a friend who had some knowledge of cloisonne ware. With very scanty means, these friends commenced, in their shed, to manufacture crude articles. It was in 1870, when Mr. Namikawa showed his articles to a certain firm in Kobe, that the novelty struck the proprietor of the firm, and between them a contract was arranged that all articles produced by Mr. Namikawa would be bought by the firm. A few years later, Mr. Namikawa was deserted by his friend while lying ill. He was thus compelled to commence again with the support of a lacquerware wholesale dealer in Kyoto. Everything had to be newly devised and prepared by himself, from the simplest process of fastening wires to copper plates to the mixture of colors. Mr. Namikawa often spent months in producing a single color effect. His diligence was, however, soon rewarded, for his exhibits at the Industrial Exhibition in Kyoto in 1875 were appreciated, and he was awarded a copper medal. His name as a cloisonne ware maker was soon widely known, and he was given many commissions, but more trials and difficulties were in store for him, for in 1881 he was compelled to rearrange his affairs for the second time, as his articles were rejected by a Yokohama firm with whom he had a contract for 5 years, they being unsaleable, while he realized there were many defects and shortcomings in his goods. He discharged all his hands, and with a few apprentices again began his experiments. The new experiments and trials met with success, and he could resume his business with confidence. His hard struggles and diligence of many years are now amply rewarded, and he enjoys the high honor of being ranked among the finest artists in Japan, being decorated with the Blue Ribbon Medal. Mr. Namikawa has his workshop in the compounds of his residence. There he works all the year round. A kiln is also constructed in the compounds of his residence, where no one but himself is allowed to enter, and everything from a small pot to the largest flower vase is finished by himself. End of Mr. Namikawa Yasuyuki, from Japan in the Taisho Era, in commemoration of the enthronement.
Original rough draft of the Declaration of Independence by Thomas Jefferson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for a people to advance from that subordination in which they have hitherto remained, and to assume among the powers of the earth the equal and independent station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the change. We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, that from that equal creation they derive rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these ends governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government shall become destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, begun at a distinguished period, and pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to subject them to arbitrary power, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to expunge their former systems of government, The history of his present majesty is a history of unremitting injuries and usurpations, among which no one fact stands single or solitary to contradict the uniform tenor of the rest, all of which have in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world, for the truth of which we pledge a faith yet unsullied by falsehood. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has neglected utterly to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation, a right inestimable to them, formidable to tyrants alone. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly and continually for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long space of time to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has suffered the administration of justice totally to cease in some of these colonies, refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made our judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices by a self-assumed power, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies and ships of war. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our constitutions and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their pretended acts of legislation for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for taking away our charters and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here, withdrawing his governors and declaring us out of his allegiance and protection. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions of existence. He has incited treasonable insurrections in our fellow subjects, with the allurements of forfeiture and confiscation of our property. He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian king of Great Britain. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or restrain this execrable commerce. And that this assemblage of horrors might want no fact of distinguished dye, he is now exciting those very people to rise in arms among us, and to purchase that liberty of which he has deprived them, and murdering the people upon whom he also obtruded them, thus paying off former crimes committed against the liberties of one people with crimes which he urges them to commit against the lives of another. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a people who mean to be free. Future ages will scarce believe that the hardiness of one man, adventured within the short compass of 12 years only, on so many acts of tyranny without a mask, over a people fostered and fixed in principles of liberty. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend a jurisdiction over these our states. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here, no one of which could warrant so strange a pretension, that these were effected at the expense of our own blood and treasure, unassisted by the wealth or the strength of Great Britain. That in constituting indeed our several forms of government, we had adopted one common king, thereby laying a foundation for perpetual league and amity with them, but that submission to their parliament was no part of our constitution, nor ever in idea, if history may be credited. And we appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, as well as to the ties of our common kindred, to disavow these usurpations which were likely to interrupt our correspondence and connection. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity, and when occasions have been given them, by the regular course of their laws, of removing from their councils the disturbers of our harmony, they have by their free election re-established them in power. At this very time, too, they are permitting their chief magistrate to send over not only soldiers of our common blood, but Scotch and foreign mercenaries to invade and deluge us in blood. These facts have given the last stab to agonizing affection, and manly spirit bids us to renounce forever these unfeeling brethren. We must endeavor to forget our former love for them, and to hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We might have been a free and great people together, but a communication of grandeur and of freedom, it seems, is below their dignity. Be it so, since they will have it. The road to glory and happiness is open to us, too. We will climb it in a separate state, and acquiesce in the necessity which pronounces our everlasting adieu. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, do, in the name and by authority of the good people of these states, reject and renounce all allegiance and subjection to the kings of Great Britain and all others who may hereafter claim by, through, or under them. We utterly dissolve and break off all political connection which may have heretofore subsisted between us and the people or Parliament of Great Britain, and finally, we do assert and declare these a colonies to be free and independent states, and that as free and independent states they shall hereafter have power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. End of original draft of the Declaration of Independence by Thomas Jefferson.
The Pause, Part 3. From Preparation for a Christian Life by Soren Kierkegaard, published in 1850, translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pause, Part 3. He who invites is, then, Jesus Christ in his abasement. It is he who spoke these words of invitation. It is not from his glory that they are spoken. If that were the case, then Christianity were heathendom, and the name of Christ taken in vain. And for this reason it cannot be so. But if it were the case that he who is enthroned in glory had said these words, "Come hither," as though it were so altogether easy a matter to be clasped in the arms of glory, well, what wonder then if crowds of men ran to him? But they who thus throng to him merely go on a wild goose chase, imagining they know who Christ is. But that no one knows. And in order to believe in him, one has to begin with his abasement. He who invites and speaks these words, that is, he whose words they are, whereas the same words, if spoken by someone else, are, as we have seen, an historic falsification. He is the same lowly Jesus Christ, the humble man, born of a despised maiden, whose father is a carpenter, related to other simple folk of the very lowest class. The lowly man, who at the same time, which, to be sure, is like oil poured on the fire, affirms himself to be God. It is the lowly Jesus Christ who spoke these words, and no word of Christ, not a single one, have you permission to appropriate to yourself. You have not the least share in him, are not in any way of his company, if you have not become his contemporary in lowliness, in such fashion that you have become aware, precisely like his contemporaries, of his warning. Blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me. Matthew 11, verse 6. You have no right to accept Christ's words and then lie him away. You have no right to accept Christ's words and then in a fantastic manner, and with the aid of history, utterly change the nature of Christ. For the chatter of history about him is literally not worth a fig. It is Jesus Christ in his lowliness who is the speaker. It is historically true that he said these words. But so soon as one makes a change in his historic status, it is false to say that these words were spoken by him. This poor and lowly man, then, with 12 poor fellows as his disciples, all from the lowest class of society, for some time an object of curiosity, but later on in company only with sinners, publicans, lepers, and madmen, for one risked honor, life, and property, or at any rate, and that we know for sure, exclusion from the synagogue, by even letting one's self be helped by him. Come hither now, all ye that labor and are heavy laden. Ah, my friend, even if you were deaf and blind, and lame and leprous, if you, which has never been seen or heard before, united all human miseries in your misery, and if he wished to help you by a miracle, it is possible that, as is human, you would fear more than all your sufferings the punishment which was set on accepting aid from him, the punishment of being cast out from the society of other men, of being ridiculed and mocked day after day, and perhaps of losing your life. It is human, and it is characteristic of being human, were you to think as follows: No, thank you. In that case I prefer to remain deaf and blind and lame and leprous, rather than accept aid under such conditions. Come hither Come hither, all ye that labor and are heavy laden. Ah, come hither. Lo, he invites you and opens his arms. Ah, when a gentlemanly man, clad in a silken gown, says this in a pleasant, harmonious voice, so that the words pleasantly resound in the handsome vaulted church, a man in silk, who radiates honor and respect on all who listen to him. Ah, when a king in purple and velvet says this, with the Christmas tree in the background, on which are hanging all the splendid gifts he intends to distribute, why, then, of course, there is some meaning in these words. But whatever meaning you may attach to them, so much is sure, that it is not Christianity, but the exact opposite, something as diametrically opposed to Christianity as may well be. For remember who it is that invites. And now judge for yourself, for that you have a right to do, whereas men really do not have a right to do what is so often done, namely, to deceive themselves. That a man of such appearance, a man whose company every one shuns, who has the least bit of sense in his head, or the least bit to lose in the world, that he, well, this is the absurdest and maddest thing of all, one hardly knows whether to laugh or to weep about it, that he, indeed, that is the very last word one would expect to issue from his mouth, for if he had said, "Come hither and help me," or "Leave me alone," or "Spare me," or proudly, "I despise you all," we could understand that perfectly. But that such a man says, "Come hither to me," why, I declare that looks inviting indeed, and still further, "All ye that labor and are heavy laden," as though such folk were not burdened enough with troubles, as though they now, to cap all, should be exposed to the consequences of associating with him. And then finally, "I shall give you rest." What's that? He help them? Ah, I am sure even the most good-natured joker who was contemporary with him would have to say, surely that was the thing he should have undertaken last of all, to wish to help others, being in that condition himself. Why, it is about the same as if a beggar were to inform the police that he had been robbed. For it is a contradiction that one who has nothing, and has had nothing, informs us that he has been robbed, and likewise to wish to help others when oneself needs help most. Indeed, it is, humanly speaking, the most hair-brained contradiction, that he who literally hath not where to lay his head, that he about whom it was spoken truly in a human sense, "Behold the man," that he should say, "Come hither unto me, all ye that suffer, I shall help." Now examine yourself, for that you have a right to do. You have a right to examine yourself, but you really do not have a right to let yourself without self-examination be deluded by the others into the belief, or to delude yourself into the belief that you are a Christian. Therefore examine yourself. Supposing you were contemporary with him. True enough, he, alas, he affirmed himself to be God. But many other madmen had made that claim, and his times gave it as their opinion that he uttered blasphemy. Why? Was not that precisely the reason why a punishment was threatened, for allowing oneself to be aided by him? It was the godly care for their souls entertained by the existing order and by public opinion, lest any one should be led astray. It was this godly care that led them to persecute him in this fashion. Therefore, before any one resolves to be helped by him, let him consider that he must not only expect the antagonism of men, but, consider it well, even if you could bear the consequences of that step. But consider well that the punishment meted out by men is supposed to be God's punishment of him, the blasphemer, of him who invites. Come hither now, all ye that labor and are heavy laden. How now? Surely this is nothing to run after. Some little pause is given, which is most fittingly used to go around about by way of another street. And even if you should not thus sneak out in some way, always providing you feel yourself to be contemporary with him, or sneak into being some kind of Christian by belonging to Christendom, yet there will be a tremendous pause given, the pause which is the very condition that faith may arise. You are given pause by the possibility of being offended in him. But in order to make it entirely clear and bring it home to our minds that the pause is given by him who invites, that it is he who gives us pause, and renders it by no means an easy but a peculiarly difficult matter to follow his invitation, because one has no right to accept it without accepting also him who invites. In order to make this entirely clear, I shall briefly review his life under two aspects which, to be sure, show some difference, though both essentially pertain to his abasement. For it is always an abasement for God to become man, even if he were to be an emperor of emperors. And therefore he is not essentially more abased because he is a poor lowly man, mocked, and, as Scripture adds, spat upon. Luke 18, verse 32. End of The Pause, Part 3, from Preparation for a Christian Life, by Søren Kierkegaard, published in 1850, translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923.
His Last Letter Home by Quentin Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. July 11th, 1918. There's lots doing in this sector. We lost another fellow from our squadron 3 days ago. However, you get lots of excitement to make up for it. In nearly every patrol we run into some of them. We've moved again, this time only 10 kilometers. It's a much smaller field than the other, but it's nearer the front by those 10 kilometers, and the other was really too big for us. Also, I like my quarters much better. I'm billeted in a little French town near the field. I room with Ed Thomas, our transportation officer, in a delightful room. It's in one of those white plaster houses with tile roofs that sag in between the rafters, an impossible weathercock on the chimney that doesn't work as there's a sparrow's nest in between its legs. The room is on the ground floor, with a window on each side, one where you can watch everything that's going on in the street, and the other looking out on a garden that's all in bloom. It's spotlessly clean, with red tile floor and a huge grandfather's clock ticking solemnly in the corner. The old lady who owns the house is equally delightful. She's a little bit of a dried-up person, at least as old as the hills, with gold-rimmed spectacles, the red cheeks that all these country folk have, and a beard that even Blank might be proud of. At first she regarded me with deep suspicion, but I've now succeeded in winning her over. She thawed a little when she found I talked French, but the thing that won her over completely was her dog. When I first came in, I was greeted with furious barkings and growlings. By a strong mental effort, I succeeded in showing no outward and visible signs of my inward and spiritual doubt, and walked on past him. That night, as I was sitting reading, the old lady appeared, and with her the dog, who solemnly advanced, wagged his tail, and then put his head on my knee to be patted. After that, the old lady and I became fast friends, and now I am Monsieur Quentin, in a privileged person. Among other things, she told me that she had had German officers quartered in her house in 1870, and then again in 1914. Think of it. I got my first real excitement on the front, for I think I got a Boche. The operations officer is trying for confirmation on it now. I was out on high patrol with the rest of my squadron when we got broken up due to a mistake in formation. I dropped into a turn of Availle. These planes have so little surface that at 5,000 you can't do much with them. When I got straightened out, I couldn't spot my crowd anywhere. So, as I had been only up an hour, I decided to fool around a little before going home, as I was just over the lines. I turned and circled for 5 minutes or so, and then suddenly, the way planes do come into focus in the air, I saw 3 planes in formation. At first I thought they were Boche, but as they paid no attention to me, I finally decided to chase them, thinking they were part of my crowd. So I started after them full speed. I thought at the time it was a little strange, with the wind blowing the way it was, that they should be going almost straight into Germany, but I had plenty of gas, so I kept on. They had been going absolutely straight, and I was nearly in formation when the leader did a turn, and I saw to my horror that they had white tails with black crosses on them. Still, I was so near by them that I thought I might pull up a little and take a crack at them. I had altitude on them, and what was more, they hadn't seen me, so I pulled up, put my sights on the end man, and let go. I saw my tracers going all around him, but for some reason he never even turned, until all of a sudden his tail came up, and he went down in a vrille. I wanted to follow him, but the other 2 had started around after me, so I had to cut and run. However, I could half watch him looking back, and he was still spinning when he hit the clouds 3,000 meters below. Of course, he may have just been scared, but I think he must have been hit, or he would have come out before he struck the clouds. 3,000 meters is an awfully long spin. I had a long chase of it, for they followed me all the way back to our side of the lines, but our speed was about equal, so I got away. The trouble is that it was about 20 kilometers inside their lines, and I am afraid too far to get confirmation. At the moment, every one is very much pleased in our squadron, for we are getting new planes. We have been using Nieuports, which have the disadvantage of not being particularly reliable and being inclined to catch fire. The victory recounted in this letter was afterward verified by the French and duly credited, but the verification was not recorded until after Quentin had fallen. End of his last letter home. The letter written by Quentin Roosevelt just 3 days before he was shot down over France.
Excerpt from the Encyclopedia of Greek Mythology by Pseudo-Apollodorus, 1st or 2nd century A.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From Book 1. Sky was the first who ruled over the whole world. And, having wedded Earth, he begat first the 100-handed, as they are named, Briareus, Gaius, Cotus, who were unsurpassed in size and might, each of them having 100 hands and 50 heads. After these, Earth bore him the Cyclops, to wit, Argus, Steropes, Brontes, of whom each had one eye on his forehead. But them Sky bound and cast into Tartarus, a gloomy place in Hades, as far distant from Earth as Earth is distant from the sky. And again he begat children by Earth, to wit, the Titans, as they are named, Ocean, Crous, Hyperion, Creus, Iapetus, and youngest of all, Cronus. Also daughters, the Titanides, as they are called, Tethys, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, Dion, Thea. But Earth, grieved at the destruction of her children who had been cast into Tartarus, persuaded the Titans to attack their father, and gave Cronus an adamantine sickle. and they, all but Ocean, attacked him, and Cronus cut off his father's genitals and threw them into the sea, and from drops of the flowing blood were born Furies, to wit, Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megara. And having dethroned their father, they brought up their brethren who had been hurled down to Tartarus, and committed the sovereignty to Cronus. But he again bound and shut them up in Tartarus, and wedded his sister Rhea. And since both earth and sky foretold him that he would be dethroned by his own son, he used to swallow his offspring at birth. His firstborn, Hestia, he swallowed, then Demeter and Hera, and after them Pluto and Poseidon. Enraged at this, Rhea repaired to Crete, when she was big with Zeus, and brought him forth in a cave of Dicte. She gave him to Curetes, and to the nymphs Adristia and Ida, daughters of Melesias, to nurse. So these nymphs fed the child on the milk of Amalthea, and the Curetes in arms guarded the babe in the cave, clashing their spears on their shields, in order that Cronus might not hear the child's voice. But Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes, and gave it to Cronus to swallow, as if it were the new-born child. But when Zeus was full grown, he took Metis, daughter of Ocean, to help him, and he gave Cronus a drug to swallow, which forced him to disgorge first the stone, and then the children whom he had swallowed. And with their aid Zeus waged the war against Cronus and the Titans. They fought for 10 years, and Earth prophesied victory to Zeus, if he should have as allies those who had been hurled down to Tartarus. So he slew their Golorus Compi, and loosed their bonds. And the Cyclops then gave Zeus thunder and lightning and a thunderbolt. And on Pluto they bestowed a helmet, and on Poseidon a trident. Armed with these weapons, the gods overcame the Titans, shut them up in Tartarus, and appointed the 100-handers their guards. But they themselves cast lots for the sovereignty. And to Zeus was allotted the dominion of the sky, to Poseidon the dominion of the sea, and to Pluto the dominion of Hades. Now to the Titans were born offspring. To Ocean and Tethys were born Oceanids, to wit, Asia, Styx, Electra, Doris, Eurynome, Amphitrite, and Metis. To Crous and Phoebe were born Asteria and Latona. To Hyperion and Thea were born Dawn, Sun, and Moon. To Creus and Eurybia, daughter of Sea, Plotinus, were born Astrias, Pallas, and Persis. To Iapetus and Asia were born Atlas, who had the sky on his shoulders, and Prometheus and Epimetheus, and Menoetius, he whom Zeus in the battle with the Titans smote with a thunderbolt and hurled down to Tartarus. And to Cronus and Philyra was born Chiron, a centaur of double form. And to Dawn and Astraeus were born winds and stars. To Persis and Asteria was born Hecate, and to Pallas and Styx were born victory, dominion, emulation, and violence. But Zeus caused oaths to be sworn by the water of Styx, which flows from the rock of Hades, bestowing this honor on her because she and her children had fought on his side against the Titans. End of The Encyclopedia of Greek Mythology by Pseudo-Apollodorus, 1st or 2nd century A.D.
War Scenes Across the Canadian Border, 1915, by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Vanity Fair, October 1915. In Canada, we are at war. 80,000 Canadian soldiers have crossed the ocean for the front. Some 65,000 more are enlisted for overseas service and are training in military camps in Canada. At Valcartier, beside Quebec, at Niagara, and elsewhere, there are wide-tented cities of Canadian soldiers. The streets of our great towns are filled with men in khaki. Across the leading thoroughfares are broad white streamers that mark recruiting places for the 50th, the 60th, the 100th, and soon, no doubt, the 150th Battalion of the Expeditionary Force of the Dominion. About 15 to 20 battalions, an army division of 40,000 men, are already on the fighting line. The others follow in a steady stream that moves more strongly with every month and shows no ending. The regiments are filled as fast as their formation is announced. The mingled elements of which our Commonwealth is made up are reflected in them. There are French regiments from old Canada speaking their own tongue, Highland regiments, like that of Montreal, all honor to it, that fought at Languedoc, troops of horse from the west, and Irish Rangers, so called after the Irish fashion, because they have never ranged and never been in Ireland. In single troop ships and in little fleets they move across the ocean. One great flotilla that sailed a year ago, carrying the men of the 1st Valcartier camp, was the largest military force that has ever, in all the world's history, crossed the Atlantic Ocean. The forces that sailed with Cortes or Pizarro, or that came under Burgoyne or Admiral Howe, do not compare with it. All this is being done among us with but little parade or outward show. There is no need now for the tin-glory of the militia camp. The people of Canada have reached the stage when their eyes can look through the mere pomp and circumstance of war and see the hard reality behind it. They have counted their dead. They are counting them every day, with each fresh list of casualties that the Telegraph brings from Ottawa. In the first year of the war, Canada lost, dead, wounded, and missing, 10,870 men. From Halifax to Vancouver, there is no village but has its name inscribed upon the roll of glory. You may see the record of it running in every country newspaper in Canada. Killed in action in France, such and such a one of Pleasantville, Ontario, with the battalion and the regimental number. There is in it all the humble pathos of personal obscurity lifted a moment to the light. Without the war, this man might have been moving among the yellow sheaves of wheat to the clicking of the reaper in an August harvest field in some lost corner of Ontario. There is much in it that will bear thinking of. Yet, with the growing losses and increasing sternness of the conflict, the recruiting and the mustering under arms move only the faster. There is no turning back. There is no thought of peace. As someone said the other day, there are no Jane Addamses, thank God, among our women. The spirit of Canada is rising to meet the danger, as the sea-bird rises before the blackening storm. Canadian infantry in training. The straw hats are merely for domestic use, being supplanted in actual service by regulation military caps. Those of us in Canada who can look back in retrospect for 25 or 30 years over the shifting surface of our politics can see in what is happening the realization of our final destiny. In the past, we scarcely knew what we were or what we meant to be. A nation seemed too large, a colony too small. In our debating societies, young men argued the question, shall Canada be independent, with such feeble warmth as they might. An imaginary tyranny was denounced with mimic rage. A benevolent chairman, perhaps, declared with a smile that the affirmative had won, and Canada was declared independent, with polite applause. After which the whole audience rose and sang God Save the Queen, so lustily that independence was blasted out of existence. But beyond the walls of the debating room, independence never went. Independence! What British people ever really wanted it? The full measure of independence needed by free men was acquired for the whole lot of us, your people of the United States and our people of the British Dominions, somewhere about the time of the Magna Carta. Our ancestors obtained it by means of yew-tree bows and quarterstaffs and a few lusty cracks over the head given to upstart princes who misunderstood Saxon freedom. Your so-called War of Independence was not really independence at all. It was a row, a first-class family row. It sticks in my mind, as a professor, that Benjamin Franklin said that before 1776 he had heard no one speak of independence, either drunk or sober. But the quarrel, chiefly through the stupidity of a German king, was mismanaged, and the two communities separated, each being just as independent as before, no more and no less. Since then they have run along side by side, each vastly superior, and each imitating the other. You copied our House of Commons. We stole your Senate. You invented a president, but in less than no time we turned out the same article, imitated to a nicety, as a prime minister. Our separation is not so very great after all. And some day, I truly believe it, our diplomats will come together round a big table, fill themselves up with grape juice, and, in the mad exhilaration of it, sign a compact that shall reunite America and England. Small wonder, then, that with such a native kinship we in Canada often talked of annexation or joining in with the United States. Every time in the last 100 years of history that we felt surly against England, we spoke of annexation. There was a time, it was in 1849, when all the notables of Montreal signed a document asking for it. We might have had it too long ago, but for the attitude of the people of England. Glorious, they said, a grand idea. Cobden grew rhetorical about a great republic from the polar seas to Mexico. Gladstone said farewell to us in Greek, and Disraeli called us millstones and began to untie us from his neck. This was more than we could stand. We stayed where we were. But in any case, annexation proved impossible on larger grounds. As a mere matter of kingship and high diplomacy, it might have been arranged, but it ran against such higher realities as your tariff and ours, the price of hay in Cahoga County, your bacon and our butter. We didn't object to your institutions. We were afraid of your cattle on the hoof. These things are the bedrock of politics. So we have stayed on in the British Empire, wondering what we were to be, till now, suddenly, with the first shock of war, we know. That is the supreme meaning of the war to us. The rush to arms in Canada is the glad cry of a people that have found themselves. We are free men, we in Canada, and our kinsfolk in Australia and South Africa. There is no compulsion on us. England has never asked, and never will, a single soldier or a single sovereign from the Dominion overseas. And England now may draw from them, if need be, their men in thousands, their money in millions, till all are gone. This is the spirit of the British Empire. We know now the full meaning of our motto, Imperium et Libertas. Let those who have ruled and misruled Germany these 50 years under the name of Empire reflect upon it. Buckle yourself tight, O German officer, driving your Silesian peasants to the cannon mouth, clap down your pointed helmet on your skull, and scowl your fiercest as you multiply your wanton deeds against the helpless. Empire you have, made as you wanted it, of blood and iron, but freedom, that should give it power and meaning, never. This is the war of the free peoples against the peoples still in chains. England and France and Italy are free and answer to the people's will. Russia, in the very travail of the war, is born into democracy. In Germany and Austria, and under the banner of the Turk, the old tyranny that mankind has fought since the first dawn of freedom stands for its last fight. Who that believes in humanity or God can doubt the end? End of War Scenes Across the Canadian Border by Stephen Leacock, recording by David Wales.
When the Dead Return in Japan by Mary Crawford Fraser, from her book Letters from Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I asked today why the sea was so full of stars last night. I'd never noticed it at other times, but only in these 3 days. And then I was told the story of the Festival of the Dead, which I had heard spoken of in Tokyo in a scornful, superficial way, but which I hear is kept religiously in the provinces still. The dear dead, little children and old people, and all the souls that pass out of earth's family day by day, disrobed of their fair garment of the flesh, they love not the short winter days or the long dark winter nights. But when summer broods over the land, when the night is welcome because it brings a breath of coolness to those whose work is not yet over, then they who have laid by the wholesome tasks of earth come back in shadowy myriads to visit their old homes, to hover round those who still love and remember them, to smile, if ghosts can smile, at the food and money, clothing and sandals, and little ships for traveling, all made ready by the loving souls to whom only such earthly needs are comprehensible, but who, in preparing their humble gifts, are investing them with the only presents the spirits may take home with them again, the gift of love, which never forgets, or disbelieves, or despairs. Just for these 3 days of July, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, heartbroken mothers feel the little lost son or daughter close at hand, brought back perhaps by Jizo-sama, the god who watches over the spirits of little children. The lights are lit before the small ihal, the death tablet, set up in the place of honor, and inscribed with a name that the little one would not have turned from his play for here, that never passed his mother's lips till he was carried away from her. His dead name, the one by which his shadowy companions call him in the yonder world. Full of comfort must these 3 days be for the faithful souls who are always yearning to offer some service or some token of love to the dead. Now they come back, and though no one sees them, they take their old places in their old homes. They find the house decked and garnished for their coming. The lotus flower, never used save for their honor, is gathered and set by their shrine, and many another lovely plant and sprig, all with symbolical meanings, are brought in. Rice and vegetables, fruits and cakes are placed for them. No animal food is offered, as pure spirits would consider that a sinful nourishment. But tea is poured out with punctilious ceremony in tiny cups at stated hours. In some towns there is a market or fair held expressly that people may buy all they need for the entertainment of the ghosts. As these always come from the sea, torches are stuck in the sands to show them where to land, and when the 3 days are ended and the travelers must go back, reluctantly, to their homes, then tiny ships are launched, straw ships of lovely and elaborate designs, freighted with dainty foods and lighted by small lanterns. Incense, too, is burning before they set forth, and then they go, by river or stream if the sea is distant, with their little cargo of love gifts visible, and their spirit travelers invisible, back to their joy or their sorrow in the underworld. End of When the Dead Return in Japan by Mary Crawford Fraser.
Why Women Should Vote by Jane Addams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For many generations, it has been believed that woman's place is within the walls of her own home, and it is indeed impossible to imagine the time when her duty there shall be ended, or to forecast any social change which shall release her from that paramount obligation. This paper is an attempt to show that many women today are failing to discharge their duties to their own households properly, simply because they do not perceive that as society grows more complicated, it is necessary that woman shall extend her sense of responsibility to many things outside of her own home if she would continue to preserve the home in its entirety. One could illustrate in many ways. A woman's simplest duty, one would say, is to keep her house clean and wholesome, and to feed her children properly. Yet if she lives in a tenement house, as so many of my neighbors do, she cannot fulfill these simple obligations by her own efforts, because she is utterly dependent upon the city administration for the conditions which render decent living possible. Her basement will not be dry, her stairways will not be fireproof, her house will not be provided with sufficient windows to give light and air, nor will it be equipped with sanitary plumbing, unless the Public Works Department sends inspectors who constantly insist that these elementary decencies be provided. Women who live in the country sweep their own dooryards, and may either feed the refuse of the table to a flock of chickens, or allow it innocently to decay in the open air and sunshine. In a crowded city quarter, however, if the street is not cleaned by the city authorities, no amount of private sweeping will keep the tenement free from grime. If the garbage is not properly collected and destroyed, a tenement house mother may see her children sicken and die of diseases from which she alone is powerless to shield them. Although her tenderness and devotion are unbounded, she cannot even secure untainted meat for her household. She cannot provide fresh fruit unless the meat has been inspected by city officials, and the decayed fruit, which is so often placed upon sale in the tenement districts, has been destroyed in the interests of public health. In short, if woman would keep on with her old business of caring for her house and rearing her children, she will have to have some conscience in regard to public affairs lying quite outside of her immediate household. The individual conscience and devotion are no longer effective. Chicago one spring had a spreading contagion of scarlet fever just at the time that the school nurses had been discontinued because businessmen had pronounced them too expensive. If the women who sent their children to the schools had been sufficiently public-spirited, and had been provided with an implement through which to express that public spirit, they would have insisted that the schools be supplied with nurses, in order that their own children might be protected from contagion. In other words, if women would effectively continue their old avocations, they must take part in the slow upbuilding of that code of legislation which is alone sufficient to protect the home from the dangers incident to modern life. One might instance the many deaths of children from contagious diseases, the germs of which have been carried in tailored clothing. Country doctors testify as to the outbreak of scarlet fever in remote neighborhoods each autumn, after the children have begun to wear the winter overcoats and cloaks which have been sent from infected city sweatshops. That their mothers bend their stockings and guard them from taking cold is not a sufficient protection when the tailoring of the family is done in a distant city under conditions which the mother cannot possibly control. The sanitary regulation of sweatshops by city officials is all that can be depended upon to prevent such needless destruction. Who shall say that women are not concerned in the enactment and enforcement of such legislation if they would preserve their homes? Even women who take no part in public affairs in order that they may give themselves entirely to their own families, sometimes going so far as to despise those other women who are endeavoring to secure protective legislation, may illustrate this point. The Hull House neighborhood was at one time suffering from a typhoid epidemic. A careful investigation was made by which we were able to establish a very close connection between the typhoid and a mode of plumbing which made it most probable that the infection had been carried by flies. Among the people who had been exposed to the infection was a widow who had lived in the ward for a number of years in a comfortable little house which she owned. Although the Italian immigrants were closing in all around her, she was not willing to sell her property and to move away until she had finished the education of her children. In the meantime, she held herself quite aloof from her Italian neighbors, and could never be drawn into any of the public efforts to protect them by securing a better code of tenement house sanitation. Her two daughters were sent to an Eastern college. One June, when one of them had graduated and the other still had 2 years before she took her degree, they came to the spotless little house and to their self-sacrificing mother for the summer's holiday. They both fell ill, not because their own home was not clean, not because their mother was not devoted, but because next door to them, and also in the rear, were wretched tenements, and because the mother's utmost efforts could not keep the infection out of her own house. One daughter died, and one recovered, but was an invalid for 2 years following. This is perhaps a fair illustration of the futility of the individual conscience, when woman insists upon isolating her family from the rest of the community and its interests. The result is sure to be a pitiful failure. One of the interesting experiences in the Chicago campaign for inducing the members of the Charter Convention to recommend municipal franchise for women in the provisions of the new charter was the unexpected enthusiasm and help which came from large groups of foreign-born women. The Scandinavian women represented in many Lutheran church societies said quite simply that in the old country they had had the municipal franchise upon the same basis as men since the 17th century. All the women formerly living under the British government in England, Australia, or Canada pointed out that Chicago women were asking now for what the British women had long had. But the most unexpected response came from the foreign colonies, in which women had never heard such problems discussed, and took the prospect of the municipal ballot as a simple device, which it is, to aid them in their daily struggle with adverse city conditions. The Italian women said that the men engaged in railroad construction were away all summer and did not know anything about their household difficulties. Some of them came to Hull House one day to talk over the possibility of a public wash-house. They do not like to wash in their own tenements. They have never seen a washing tub until they came to America, and find it very difficult to use it in the restricted space of their little kitchens and to hang the clothes within the house to dry. They say that in the Italian villages the women all go to the streams together. In the town they go to the public wash-house, and washing, instead of being lonely and disagreeable, is made pleasant by cheerful conversation. It is asking a great deal of these women to change suddenly all their habits of living, and their contention that the tenement house kitchen is too small for laundry work is well taken. If women in Chicago knew the needs of the Italian colony, they would realize that any change bringing cleanliness and fresh clothing into the Italian household would be a very sensible and hygienic measure. It is perhaps asking a great deal that the members of the city council should understand this, but surely a comprehension of the needs of these women and efforts toward ameliorating their lot might be regarded as matters of municipal obligation on the part of voting women. The same thing is true of the Jewish women in their desire for covered markets, which have always been a municipal provision in Russia and Poland. The vegetables piled high upon the wagons standing in the open markets of Chicago become covered with dust and soot. It seems to these women a violation of the most rudimentary decencies, and they sometimes say quite simply, if women had anything to say about it, they would change all that. If women follow only the lines of their traditional activities, here are certain primary duties which belong to even the most conservative women, and which no one woman or group of women can adequately discharge unless they join the more general movements looking toward social amelioration through legal enactment. The first of these, of which this article has already treated, is woman's responsibility for the members of her own household, that they may be properly fed and clothed and surrounded by hygienic conditions. The second is a responsibility for the education of children. A, that they may be provided with good schools. B, that they may be kept free from vicious influences on the street. C, that when working they may be protected by adequate child labor legislation. A. The duty of a woman toward the schools which her children attend is so obvious that it is not necessary to dwell upon it. But even this simple obligation cannot be effectively carried out without some form of social organization, as the mothers' school clubs and mothers' congresses testify, and to which the most conservative of women belong because they feel the need of wider reading and discussion concerning the many problems of childhood. It is therefore perhaps natural that the public should have been more willing to accord a vote to women in school matters than in any other, and yet women have never been members of a board of education in sufficient numbers to influence largely actual school curricula. If they had been, kindergartens, domestic science courses, and school playgrounds would be far more numerous than they are. More than one woman has been convinced of the need of the ballot by the futility of her efforts in persuading a businessman that young children need nurture in something besides the 3 R's. Perhaps, too, only women realize the influence which the school might exert upon the home if a proper adaptation to actual needs were considered. An Italian girl who has had lessons in cooking at the public school will help her mother to connect the entire family with American food and household habits. That the mother has never baked bread in Italy, only mixed it in her own house and then taken it out to the village oven, makes it all the more necessary that her daughter should understand the complications of a cooking stove. The same thing is true of a girl who learns to sew in the public school, and more than anything else, perhaps, of the girl who receives the first simple instruction in the care of little children, that skillful care which every tenement house baby requires if he is to be pulled through his second summer. The only time, to my knowledge, that lessons in the care of children were given in the public schools of Chicago was one summer when the vacation schools were being managed by a volunteer body of women. The instruction was eagerly received by the Italian girls, who had been little mothers to younger children ever since they could remember. As a result of this teaching, I recall a young girl who carefully explained to her Italian mother that the reason the babies in Italy were so healthy and the babies in Chicago were so sickly was not, as her mother had always firmly insisted, because her babies in Italy had goat's milk and her babies in America had cow's milk, but because the milk in Italy was clean and the milk in Chicago was dirty. She said that when you milked your own goat before the door, you knew that the milk was clean, but when you bought milk from the grocery store, after it had been carried for many miles in the country, you couldn't tell whether or not it was fit for the baby to drink until the men from the city hall, who had watched it all the way, said that it was all right. She also informed her mother that the city hall wanted to fix up the milk so that it couldn't make the baby sick, but that they hadn't quite enough votes for it yet. The Italian mother believed what her child had been taught in the big school. It seemed to her quite as natural that the city should be concerned in providing pure milk for her younger children as that it should provide big schools and teachers for her older children. She reached this naive conclusion because she had never heard those arguments which make it seem reasonable that a woman should be given the school franchise but no other. B. But women are also beginning to realize that children need attention outside of school hours, that much of the petty vice in cities is merely the love of pleasure gone wrong, the over-restrained boy or girl seeking improper recreation and excitement. It is obvious that a little study of the needs of children, a sympathetic understanding of the conditions under which they go astray, might save hundreds of them. Women traditionally have had an opportunity to observe the plays of children and the needs of youth, and yet in Chicago, at least, they had done singularly little in this vexed problem of juvenile delinquency until they helped to inaugurate the juvenile court movement a dozen years ago. The Juvenile Court Committee, made up largely of women, paid the salaries of the probation officers connected with the court for the first 6 years of its existence, and after the salaries were cared for by the county, the same organization turned itself into a juvenile protective league, and through a score of paid officers are doing valiant service in minimizing some of the dangers of city life which boys and girls encounter. This protective league, however, was not formed until the women had had a civic training through their semi-official connection with the juvenile court. This is perhaps an illustration of our inability to see the duty next to hand until we have become alert through our knowledge of conditions in connection with the larger duties. We would all agree that social amelioration must come about through the efforts of many people who are moved thereto by the compunction and stirring of the individual conscience, but we are only beginning to understand that the individual conscience will respond to the special challenge largely in proportion as the individual is able to see the social conditions because he has felt responsible for their improvement. Because this body of women assumed a public responsibility, they have seen to it that every series of pictures displayed in the 5-cent theater is subjected to a careful censorship before it is produced, and those series suggesting obscenity and criminality have been practically eliminated. The police department has performed this and many other duties to which it was obvious before, simply because these women have made it realize that it is necessary to protect and purify those places of amusement which are crowded with young people every night. This is but the negative side of the policy pursued by the public authorities in the 15 small parks of Chicago, each of which is provided with halls in which young people may meet nightly for social gatherings and dances. The more extensively the modern city endeavors on the one hand to control and on the other hand to provide recreational facilities for its young people, the more necessary it is that women should assist in their direction and extension. After all, a care for wholesome and innocent amusement is what women have for many years assumed. When the reaction comes on the part of taxpayers, women's votes may be necessary to keep the city to its beneficent obligations toward its own young people. C. As the education of her children has been more and more transferred to the school, so that even children 4 years old go to the kindergarten, the woman has been left in a household of constantly narrowing interests, not only because the children are away, but also because one industry after another is slipping from the household into the factory. Ever since steam power has been applied to the processes of weaving and spinning, woman's traditional work has been carried on largely outside of the home. The clothing and household linen are not only spun and woven, but also usually sewed by machinery. The preparation of many foods has also passed into the factory, and necessarily a certain number of women have been obliged to follow their work there, although it is doubtful, in spite of the large number of factory girls, whether women now are doing as large a proportion of the world's work as they used to do. Because many thousands of those working in factories and shops are girls between the ages of 14 and 22, there is a necessity that older women should be interested in the conditions of industry. The very fact that these girls are not going to remain in industry permanently makes it more important that someone should see to it that they shall not be incapacitated for their future family life because they work for exhausting hours and under insanitary conditions. If woman's sense of obligation had enlarged as the industrial conditions changed, she might naturally and almost imperceptibly have inaugurated the movements for social amelioration in the line of factory legislation and shop sanitation. That she has not done so is doubtless due to the fact that her conscience is slow to recognize any obligation outside of her own family circle, and because she was so absorbed in her own household that she failed to see what the conditions outside actually were. It would be interesting to know how far the consciousness that she had no vote and could not change matters operated in this direction. After all, we see only those things to which our attention has been drawn. We feel responsibility for those things which are brought to us as matters of responsibility. If conscientious women were convinced that it was a civic duty to be informed in regard to these grave industrial affairs, and then to express the conclusions which they had reached by depositing a piece of paper in a ballot box, one cannot imagine that they would shirk simply because the action ran counter to old traditions. To those of my readers who would admit that although a woman has no right to shirk her old obligations, that all of these measures could be secured more easily through her influence upon the men of her family than through the direct use of the ballot, I should like to tell a little story. I have a friend in Chicago who is the mother of 4 sons and the grandmother of 12 grandsons who are voters. She is a woman of wealth, of secured social position, of sterling character and clear intelligence, and may therefore quite fairly be cited as a woman of influence. Upon one of her recent birthdays, when she was asked how she had kept so young, she promptly replied, "Because I have always advocated at least one unpopular cause." It may have been in pursuance of this policy that for many years she has been an ardent advocate of free silver, although her manufacturing family are all Republicans. I happened to call at her house on the day that Mr. McKinley was elected president against Mr. Bryan for the first time. I found my friend much disturbed. She said somewhat bitterly that she had at last discovered what the much vaunted influence of woman was worth, that she had implored each one of her sons and grandsons, had entered into endless arguments and moral appeals to induce one of them to represent her convictions by voting for Bryan, that although sincerely devoted to her, each one had assured her that his convictions forced him to vote the Republican ticket. She said that all she had been able to secure was the promise from one of the grandsons, for whom she had an especial tenderness because he bore her husband's name, that he would not vote at all. He could not vote for Bryan, but out of respect for her feeling, he would refrain from voting for McKinley. My friend said that for many years she had suspected that women could influence men only in regard to those things in which men were not deeply concerned. But when it came to persuading a man to a woman's view in affairs of politics or business, it was absolutely useless. I contended that a woman had no right to persuade a man to vote against his own convictions, that I respected the men of her family for following their own judgment, regardless of the appeal which the honored head of the house had made to their chivalric devotion. To this she replied that she would agree with that point of view when a woman had the same opportunity as a man to register her convictions by vote. I believed then, as I do now, that nothing is gained when independence of judgment is assailed by influence, sentimental or otherwise, and that we test advancing civilization somewhat by our power to respect differences and by our tolerance of another's honest conviction. This is perhaps the attitude of many busy women who would be glad to use the ballot to further public measures in which they are interested and for which they have been working for years. It offends the taste of such a woman to be obliged to use indirect influence when she is accustomed to well-bred open action in other affairs, and she very much resents the time spent in persuading a voter to take her point of view, and possibly to give up his own, quite as honest and valuable as hers, although different because resulting from a totally different experience. Public-spirited women, who wish to use the ballot as I know them, do not wish to do the work of men, nor to take over men's affairs. They simply want an opportunity to do their own work and to take care of those affairs which naturally and historically belong to women, but which are constantly being overlooked and slighted in our political institutions. In a complex community like the modern city, all points of view need to be represented. The resultants of diverse experiences need to be pooled if the community would make for sane and balanced progress. If it would meet fairly each problem as it arises, whether it be connected with the freight tunnel, having to do largely with businessmen, or with the increasing death rate among children under 5 years of age, a problem in which women are vitally concerned, or with the question of more adequate streetcar transfers in which both men and women might be said to be equally interested, it must not ignore the judgments of its entire adult population. To turn the administration of our civic affairs wholly over to men may mean that the American city will continue to push forward in its commercial and industrial development and continue to lag behind in those things which make a city healthful and beautiful. After all, woman's traditional function has been to make her dwelling place both clean and fair. Is that dreariness in city life, that lack of domesticity which the humblest farm dwelling presents, due to a withdrawal of one of the naturally cooperating forces? If women have in any sense been responsible for the gentler side of life which softens and blurs some of its harsher conditions, may they not have a duty to perform in our American cities? In closing, may I recapitulate that if woman would fulfill her traditional responsibility to her own children, if she would educate and protect from danger factory children who must find their recreation on the street, if she would bring the cultural forces to bear upon our materialistic civilization, and if she would do it all with the dignity and directness fitting one who carries on her immemorial duties, then she must bring herself to the use of the ballot, that latest implement for self-government. May we not fairly say that American women need this implement in order to preserve the home? End of Why Women Should Vote by Jane Addams. Read by Anita Sloma-Martinez on June 19, 2019.
The Young Woman on the Farm by Martha Foote Crow. Introduction by Martha Van Rensselaer. This reading is from the Cornell Reading Courses, published by the New York State College of Agriculture at Cornell University. It is dated May 1, 1914. The Department of Home Economics at Cornell University is interested in the country girl in America. Much is done for the farmer's wife, in the belief that she shares, to an equal degree with the farmer himself, the opportunities and responsibilities of the farm in building up rural progress. At the present time, the girls are deciding whether they will leave country life for city occupations. The opportunity for a young woman to earn money is greater in the city than in the country, and the woman of today has become an economic factor to be considered in the business world. Unless she marries, she must have money of her own, and even if married, she is not averse to handling a share of the income. Shall the girl who desires financial independence go to the city in order to earn this income, or shall she find industrial opportunity in the rural community? Another tendency with the country girl is to go where she will have more company and recreation than she finds in the country. Can rural life be developed so that she will find enjoyment there, rather than be compelled to seek it in the cities, where the game of life is harder to play, and where social opportunity, such as can be found among the friends at home, will be harder to obtain? It must be granted that the country girl should have relaxation and recreation if she is to become a well-rounded, useful woman. What can be developed in the country that will increase the play spirit and standardize country games? As the business of farming progresses, women are needed to take care of the home life, which must be developed in larger degree as the business increases. Most parents desire that their daughters should not work so hard as they themselves have been accustomed to work, and with this in view they have sacrificed much in order to enable the young persons to leave home. Has not that policy been a mistaken one sometimes? Is not the abounding life of the country girl needed in order to standardize household duties on the farm, to simplify farm-home labor, and to give new life to the social forces of rural districts? Should she not give time and study to learning how to do this? What are the possibilities of labor-saving devices in the farm household? The boy will not stay at home with the old-fashioned plow, neither will the girl stay by the broom and the dishpan if the vacuum cleaner and the well-drained sink can be obtained. Many girls and boys are turned away from the farm because they hear mother and father say so often that farming is a poor business. The child is made to feel that storekeeping or doctoring or some other occupation is much better than farming. If the farmer does not take pride in his calling, his children will not. If the mother finds only drudgery in her household duties, the daughter may partake of the same spirit. The mother's point of view has been influenced by weariness and discouraging conditions. The daughter may find a rosier hue in life than her mother does, because she is less fatigued and weather-beaten. But we grow weary much sooner when our attitude of mind is unhappy toward our piece of work than when it is happy. Shall we dignify farm housekeeping by good equipment and scientific management, and create in young women a zest for the work that calls to them? In the present widespread movement for country life progress, the question that the young woman will promptly ask is, am I doing my share? Professor G. W. Frisky says in The Challenge of the Country that men can never solve the rural problem without the help of women. Such a statement as this will have a strong appeal to the younger women, for the future and all its possibilities lie in their hands. Value of the country girl to the farm. We wonder whether the country girl realizes how important her place is in the structure of the rural community. She has a very definite part there, and it is a valuable one. As the acknowledged maker of home comfort and the foreordained leader of sociabilities in the rural neighborhood, she has a service that no one can take from her hands. In fact, what the young woman on the farm does or does not do, the part that she takes in the social life and in the organizations in her vicinity, her recreations and her work, all her activities, in fine, have a bearing on the refinement of the farm home and the farm community. On the younger women, therefore, rather more than any other class, depends the ultimate success of farming as a satisfactory community life. Work at the farmstead. We know that there is a large amount of work to be done in the farm home, but farmers' daughters in this country are very brave and capable and ready to lend a hand. As a general thing, the young woman has it in her power to make her work all drudgery, or she can transform it into a pleasure. How to do this is for her to study out. The farm as a business. It used to be believed and said that the business of the farm ought to be wholly in the hands of the farmer and his sons. It is now understood that the work in the house is an essential part of the farm business, and that in the remainder of the labor of the farm, the wife and the daughters have just as keen an interest as have the father and the brothers. Moreover, many a woman is nowadays undertaking the operation of the farm itself, and is making good, too. In a late novel entitled The Wind Before the Dawn, a picture is drawn of a woman who took hold of a farm that had been mismanaged. She brought it up to an almost ideal state of productivity. She used good judgment in planning. She kept things ship-shape, and she succeeded. There are many counterparts to this experience in real life, and they are found in all parts of this country. It is therefore possible for us to believe that every daughter can grow to be an aid to her father in his business as a farmer, and that gradually she may enter into full responsibility for some part of the farm business, or that perhaps, if it should ever be necessary for her to do so, she may become a successful manager for all the activities of a farm. New industries. In the farm home of early New England days, the labor of the woman included not only all the common work that falls to the hands of women in the present day, but also the spinning and weaving, the dyeing and fulling, the dressmaking and tailoring, the candle making and soap making, and many other industries that now, along with those mentioned, have gone out of the farmhouse and taken up their abode in the factory. In those days the hands of the women were full of wage-earning labor. Today also there are many women, and especially young women, who feel that they need some addition to their earning opportunity, and to these many doors are now opening. The revival of our ancient industries offers an alluring prospect, although this may not be the most practical field. Is it not generally the most sensible thing to take the opportunity that stands by one's own garden gate? Why not then make a careful study of the farm conditions right at home, in order to find out whether there may not be some fruit or vegetable product going to waste that can be utilized by the excellent modern methods of canning and preserving, so that the family may be economically supplied with delicacies all the year round, and some extra quantities may be sold that will bring a good income. Something like this should be possible for any energetic and capable farmer's daughter. Perhaps again, as a result of this discussion of the young woman's duty and opportunity in the rural community, she shall have many ingenious suggestions from girls all over the country as to clever ways of earning money. This is what we greatly desire, and to this end may we ask that question number 6 on the discussion paper be answered with considerable fullness, that no good suggestion may be omitted. There are now over 6 million country girls in our land. Does it not look as though this body of eager, buoyant young women might add something valuable to the welfare of our rural life? They could but be of one mind as to the formation and expression of their ideals, and as to the practical means of realizing those ideals in actual life. Extracts from some letters from farmers' wives. Now that we farmers' wives have learned so many things in our reading courses, such excellent truths about the chemistry of food and about sanitary conditions, have been taught how to work, how to rest, how to beautify our homes, how to stay young, and to be lovable and lovely, I would like to talk a little bit about how we may keep our children in the rural home. At the beginning, I would suggest that no one should ever, in their hearing, deplore the dullness and drudgery of farm life. Rather, let us teach them from infancy to prize its pristine quiet and peace. I would dress the boys and girls as well as my means would allow, and in no way different from the young people who live in the town. I should hope that my boy would never hear the remark made concerning him, "He looked like a regular old farmer." As far as possible, I should let the boys and girls do what they wanted to do. If they wanted to plaster the walls of their rooms with posters that did not appeal to my taste, I would make quarts of paste for them. If they wanted 13 pillows for a cozy corner, I would cut up Aunt Caroline's feather bed for them. I would read with them the books that they liked rather than the books that I thought they ought to like. And if they gloried in some wild tale of the sea, I would have patience, knowing that the time would come when they would enjoy the chambered Nautilus and the King of the Golden River. Why do so many boys and girls want to leave the farm? It is because, unless the parents are thoughtful in regard to rearing and training the young minds, the children on the farm fail to observe the beautiful possibilities and opportunities of the country life, are apt to think that there is too much work for the amount of profit, and no time for the sports so natural to children. A boy is so handy on the farm to run and do this, that, and everything, that the time goes without thinking that all work and no play is not a wise and profitable way to keep the children on the farm. As I look at it, there are the same amusements for girls that there are for boys in the outdoor life. The girls enjoy caring for animals as well as the boys do. Also, they like the care of flowers, and even the plants in the garden and all over the farm, and they are more inclined than the boys are to see the beauties of everything in nature. Besides, the girl can combine the life of the home with the life of nature, thus having the better part. It seems to me that there is an erroneous idea that when a woman reaches mature years, thoughts of reading and of the development to gain through it should be put away along with other childish things. This idea is sufficiently widespread to give a feeling of separateness to the sensitive woman who cherishes these ideals. Some knowledge of botany, geology, and astronomy are for the mother particularly desirable, in order that she may interest her children in nature. It is seldom, indeed, when on a starry night I do not remember with keenest satisfaction that my mother taught me to know Orion and some other constellations when we looked out upon the heavens. A woman, if she cannot read much, can read a little. She can pore over a favorite book, a poem, or even a sentence, till it becomes a part of her very being. Culture depends not so much on multitudinous opportunities as making the fullest use of what we have. The problem of life consists in learning to make the most of all things, whether they be material or the abiding things of the spirit. The Young Woman on the Farm by Martha Foote Crow.